Ted. Okay.
I'd say go ahead and get started.
He'll be on soon.
Right, exactly.
He's pretty quick on Zoom.
Yeah. He won't miss much.
And just do a quick audio check. Is this good for everybody in the room? Louder, softer? Check. All right, cool. And before we get started, Supervisor Galvin, can you hear us? Audio check.
I can hear you. Thanks, Chris.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're going to call the November 20th business meeting agenda of the New Garden Township supervisors to order. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the township supervisors met in executive session before the meeting to discuss real estate and personnel matters. We have, I'll just go ahead and say that we're going to be amending the agenda to add item K, which is adding resolution 886 to enter into a contract with the Chester County Treasurer for the collection of certain municipal taxes. So that's the annual municipal real estate bill that you guys receive. So we'll just continue with that. All right, we have township updates.
No township updates for tonight.
All right, we have public comment. Anyone for public comment that isn't on the agenda items? Yep. Okay, we have public comment on the agenda items. The first one is Michael Devane from Harrogate. Would you like to join? Just make sure that the green button's on. There's a little push to talk.
Oh, yeah. All right. Very good. Yeah, I'm here with a coalition of residents from many of the neighborhoods across New Garden. We joined together to see if we can find positive solutions to our current fiscal situation. A lot of smart, experienced people that we brought here. The proposals that we've seen, we found them not to be acceptable. They're still centered around an ambitious and unrealistic budget that's not commensurate with the truly similar townships. And someone will speak to that as well. So instead of increase of spending, what are we doing to cut costs and improve efficiencies? We need to look at how do we reduce the costs and the expenses. We appreciate and embrace Chris's leadership, approach of communication, collaboration, empathy, and good sense of humor. And our goal is really to work cooperatively with the township to find alternatives to the proposed tax and budget increases and to work towards bettering the New Garden Township. Our township is just becoming more and more unaffordable for residents. And in fact, our own township manager does not live here, lives in Delaware. So there's some very smart and thoughtful residents that have some creative suggestions that need to be seriously considered. So to be clear, we oppose the enormous proposed budget and the real estate tax increase, and we propose we need to take a pause. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Here we have Rona Devane.
Hi, my name is Rona Devane. I'm here representing the Estates of Harrogate HOA Incorporated. I have lived here for over 16 years, and I'm a member of the coalition working to find solutions to the budget and tax increases. We oppose any millage rate increase and the proposed excessive budget increase. We need to ask, what are other towns doing that allows them to operate with much lower millage rates? Towns such as Chadds Ford, right next door, it is a smaller township, but their millage rate is 0.5252 with no earned income tax charged to residents. So somehow they're getting along. Worcester, which is a much more in similar size to New Garden, has a millage rate of 0.050. That is a 7,800% increase over what is suggested for the millage rate of New Garden Township. So we need to be asking, how are they managing? What are we doing that is different? We now have a full-time finance director, assistant finance director, Parks and Open Space superintendent. We will have somebody speaking about staffing of other townships. With no disrespect, this is not a big city. We are a township of 12,000 people approximately, and we need to start spending money in accordance with that. Is because we have too many assets? Is that the problem, that we have to manage all these assets? We really need to start considering expenses. Some towns share responsibilities. So for example, a code enforcement officer might be at New Garden Township for 3 days a week, and then New London for 2 days a week. And so we're asking for you to look at creative solutions. Can enough money be generated with certain things like inspections and fines that would pay for the enormous increase in staffing that is proposed? If so, we shouldn't have to increase taxes. So it just doesn't, it doesn't add up for us. We want to bring people to New Garden. We have, according to Chris, Pure Light is adding approximately 250 people. That will increase the earned income tax. Our earned income tax has gone up. And so we're seeing increases in that. And then we're bringing more people. That should be going up. We just cannot comprehend why there is this, proposed increase. The township is funded primarily by residents. That is in the report on the township. You can see it's a really dramatic difference, over $1 million in EIT from residential, and then only 240 something thousand from commercial. Yet it seems that a lot of the budgeted items are for commercial, to benefit commercial, to inspect commercial, and it seems like things should be the other way. Everything this township does, every single thing, should be for the benefit of the residents, the taxpayers. With a huge focus on building up commercial, I just want to bring something else to your attention. We really need to do this mindfully. When we sat in on Chris, in which we really do appreciate you adding that additional Q&A, use by right was thrown out, and that is very, very dangerous. It could dramatically harm our township. It could dramatically harm the residents' property values. There needs to be oversight with commercial development. So traffic, noise, bright lights, increased public safety costs if you bring in certain businesses like the Walmart at Preet. What is that going to do? We're going to have to increase our public safety costs. So we have to make sure that those things are balanced. Businesses should be brought into the town to help us, the residents, not the reverse. So what seems to be being asked is for the residents to be subsidizing businesses. So I'm saying we need to take a pause and start living within our fiscal means. And I think that's my time, and
Okay.
we've got a lot more people.
Great.
To talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just as a reminder, if you all could keep it to 3 minutes since we have a number of people who want to speak. So next up is Claire Ayala.
Thank you. Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Clara Yellow. I represent the Harlow Point community. I am a member of the coalition, as stated by Michael. I oppose any new garden property tax increase, and I oppose any significant increase in the budget. I agree with my neighbors that we need to take a pause. None of us want to move out of New Garden. We are here for all different reasons, some because we've lived here all our lives, others to be close to family. We love our homes and our neighborhoods. We keep our property attractive and we pay our taxes. We established our lives here. However, we are questioning ourselves, why do we stay here if we are not being taken care of? Why do we stay if decisions are made that keep negatively harming us and seem to lack significant planning and thoughtful examination and consideration? I have already stated the reasons why we stay. I truly believe that with your help, we can eliminate the reasons to leave. I know you, the Board of Supervisors, are sick and tired of hearing us still complain about the sewer sale. But it is really important that you understand, when we turn on our faucets, run the dishwasher, water our plants, we ask ourselves, how will this affect my sewer bill? A family in a nearby neighborhood has an increase of over $1,400 a year. My own, as a single household, has increased over $500 a year. In October last year, people were told the proceeds from the sewer sale would be used so taxes would not need to be raised. We lost our trust in you, but we want to regain it. We don't like feeling like this. The proposed budget and tax increase is extreme and creates an additional hardship for us, and that is on top of inflation, gas prices, and sewer rates. We already gave you and those not affected by the sewer sale $29.5 million plus over $1 million in interest per year. We have no more to give you. Much of the proposed increases do not directly benefit the residents of New Garden. It seems to focus more on growing the township manager's organization without any concrete justification. Look at other townships. How are they doing it without such a bloated budget and without increasing the burden on their residents? This unreasonable and dramatic proposed budget increase and any increase in our real estate township tax needs to be outright rejected. You need to take a pause and think of what mistakes were made in the past and learn from them. You need to be realistic, responsible, and ensure we can live within our fiscal means. Again, you need to halt the budget increase and halt any increase in the millage rate. We, the residents, do not have endless resources. You wanted a seat on the Board of Supervisors, and we helped get you there. You need to hear us, you need to take care of us, and you need to respect us. Now work with us and for us to find solutions that will not increase our burden. I appreciate your time, and I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Suzanne Palma.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Palma, and I live in the Somerset Lake community in New Garden. I am part of a coalition of New Garden residents looking for positive solutions to our fiscal situation, and I am here to ask you to take a pause on approving this budget. I have a bachelor's degree from Rutgers University and an MBA from Drexel University, and have worked for over 30 years in the corporate sector, most of which was spent in leadership roles. I perform my own analysis on the revenues and expenditures using municipal benchmarks that were more comparable to New Garden than the ones listed in the proposed budget. A few things stood out to me. First, sorry, we pay enough real estate taxes. The comparison shows that in 2022, we paid over 30% more in real estate taxes than comparable towns, and nearly 50% more per housing unit. The 2024 proposed budget would have us pay 149% more in real estate taxes than comparable towns, and 182% more per housing unit. Second, we receive about half the EIT revenue than that of comparable towns. This, to me, is the biggest issue to solve. But by raising real estate taxes, you will make it more difficult to attract people to this town, especially remote workers like me, and getting more EIT revenue will become harder, not easier to accomplish. And adding staff for business development might not be the way to go. We need to look deeper at the reasons behind our EIT shortfall. Are there barriers for residents to obtain higher paying jobs? Do we have a high percentage of residents not paying into EIT? Third, the basis for increasing salaries and headcount in the proposed budget, in my opinion, and analysis, is inaccurate. For example, if you look at comparable towns, New Garden's executive and administrative total salaries were 8.44% higher than comparable towns in 2022 and proposes to be over 35% higher in 2024. To increase headcount and salary spend, we need a more adequate justification based on job description and job activity metrics with a net benefit to New Garden. I ask you to do the following. 1, do not raise real estate taxes. It is not a sustainable solution and it contradicts the goals that you have for growth. 2, reach the balanced budget objective by cutting costs instead. Treat the township budget like a household budget, where when you don't have enough money coming in, you cut what is going out. 3, do not approve expenditure increases without adequate and detailed justification that documents a net benefit to the residents. And 4, use cash on hand to bridge whatever gap remains for the next year to allow time to look deeper at the underlying issues with EIT and provide adequate justification for future expenditure increases. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, next we have Margot Woodacre. No, if you want to stand, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, for anyone in the future, if you want to stand, that's fine too. If it's green, then yes. It little says push.
You have to push the button on the front of the microphone stand there.
There we go.
Chris. Okay. Good evening. My name is Margot Ewing Woodacre. I live in Harrogate North, and I'm an active member of our coalition against New Garden Township's tax increase. 12 years ago, due to my husband's illness, we moved from Delaware to PA. It seemed the right move at the right time under our circumstances. I now have been widowed for 9 years. I've enjoyed living here in my community, and I love my neighbors, just as some of the others have said. But I find this proposed tax increase to be both alarming and totally unsettling. As seniors, with such increases in our taxes, along with the taxes we already pay in this township, school, county, township, and I'm a teacher in Delaware for college, earned income tax, those of us with limited incomes, seniors and the disabled have already been hit hard enough with the excessive rate increase we're paying for our sewer. And all of this is worsened by what we're all going through right now, inflation. I'm not alone in honestly saying this to you tonight. I am contemplating leaving New Garden Township if the costs continue to be placed on us, the residents. I spoke with someone tonight who also said they're contemplating it. There is no doubt that a 127% tax increase will negatively impact our property value. This also impacts new buyers. Recently, I spoke to a realtor in Delaware, and when I shared this proposed tax increase, she commented, "This is going to hurt buyers coming to your area." And I'm sure if there are any realtors in the room tonight, they would agree. We, the people, have elected you and helped you get elected. I personally knocked on doors and solicited votes for a couple of you, and you know who you are. As you also know, some of us have been very involved in the township. We speak out. We work with our communities. As I have been working with a wonderful group closely with Chester Water Authority to keep our water utility public, and also working in Harrisburg toward that as well. So our community, our township, we care about, and we want to work together. As our Board of Supervisors, we hope that you listen to our concerns and responsibly spend our tax money, money out of our pockets, so we can enjoy and continue to afford to live and not leave New Garden. I don't want to leave New Garden. Once again, as a few people have already said, I'll remind you, we reject any tax increase and ask for a pause. And the important piece here is we are willing to work with you to at least find a fair solution. So thank you for tonight, and we hope you've listened. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, Barry Crozier. Barry? Yeah, there you are. Oh, sorry.
Crozier, like the hospital.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. When I first learned of the proposed tax increase by reading the article by Mr. Gall in the Chester County Press of 126.7%, I felt that I needed to find out more details about it. On a week ago, in this very room, a group of us met, maybe 20 or 30 people, met with Chris Himes, our manager, and he discussed with us some of the details and rationale for the tax increase from the 1.72 mils to 3.9% mils, for 2024. It is an aggressive recommendation with the goal, I believe, of elevating New Garden Township from a second-tier township. In the days that followed the meeting, a group of residents met by Zoom to hash out alternatives to the proposed budget. Some of these alternatives were voiced at the November the 13th meeting last week. We discussed a short-term and long-term approach and other alternatives to the proposed budget. The short-term approach focused on the proposed tax increase, and the long-term focused on the better utilization of New Garden Township assets on the balance sheet to generate sufficient revenue to support the future of New Garden Township. As you've heard or will hear additionally, the passion of the coalition of residents who span many diverse areas of experience in the professions: agriculture, manufacturing, small business, homemakers, caregivers. These people who have lived in New Garden Township for many, many years, myself, 36 years. Questions arose on the past prudence of buying St. Anthony's in the Hills, Lochnair, even building the public service building. That's something that I would say we would defer discussion on until the utilization of those properties and a long-term aspect of looking at this. Nothing we can do about it. Those decisions were made. But the question is using them in the best possible way for the township. That needs studying. In the short term, today, we're addressing the original proposed budget increase, again, from 1.72 to 3.9 mils. Out of respect for the residents of New Garden Township, I think you need to listen to and consider the alternatives to the proposed tax increases. I'm encouraged that the revised proposed budget found on the website tonight has 3 alternative tax increases. I hope as a result of our input from last week, in part. The full increase, as previously stated, a 1/2 increase from 1.72 mils to 2.77 to 3.9, and a third increase from 172 to 245, 3 to 318, and up to 3.9. Incidentally, the analysis that was shown on there looks incorrect to me in the sense that in the first year, they use interest income and they also use cash draw to create a surplus. Doesn't make sense to do that if you don't need to. Second year, any excess is not taken over and there's no interest income shown, which seems to be a fallacy. However, we believe there's a fourth option, which is, as others have stated, to pause an increase in the tax rate from 1.72 mils until a group of residents can meet with the township manager and the board of supervisors, whoever they select, to develop a more equitable budget. We think it's a reasonable request. There are 2 basic ways to balance a budget: raise the revenues or reduce expenditures. This clearly is aimed at reducing or increasing the revenues. Our recommendation is to pause that increase of the proposed tax increase and to more deeply review the details of expenditures reflected. This will allow us to work together to develop a balanced budget that's respectful of the views of the residents of New Garden Township, and use all of the resources we have at our hands in the balance sheet and explore the best return we can achieve on those assets. The 2 revised budget proposals referred to earlier, there is no change to the level of expenditures. That tells me that no attempt has been made to pare down the proposed expenditures. Others have spoken to this portion of it as well. In our personal budgets, we have to look for additional revenue and for ways to reduce our expenditures to make our personal budgets balance. We ask no less of the Board of Supervisors than doing this. So in conclusion, we ask for a pause in the increase in the tax rate, the millage, until we can quickly work with the Board of Supervisors and the Township Manager together to find a better solution for a balanced budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Ed Petrick.
Good evening. My name's Ed Petrick. I live in the Somerset Lake community. And I want to thank the supervisors for giving us this opportunity to address the meeting and for the work that you do on our behalf. We understand it takes up a lot of your time and not so much of ours, but I can remember an old farmer once telling me that sometimes you have to hit a mule with a 2x4 upside its head to get its attention. 120% real estate tax increase is the 2x4 here. And you've got our attention. And 120% tax increase implies an emergency. What's the emergency? We'd like to know why there are certain increases in FTEs where we've gone along without them before. And we'd like to know if there isn't other ways to pare this budget. One of the big things that I was concerned with when I first came here was when I found out that the township owned the airport. Are we in the airport business as a township? I don't see it that. Also, there's about 12,000 residents here. Have even 4,000 of us used that airport. It's a case, even if we spend $1 for that airport, that's our money going to support a very few people. That's socialism in reverse. Many paying for the few. There's swings in the airport capital fund, and I haven't been able to find out the complete funding for operating and capital funds yet. but major swings over 800% between 2020 and 2023 from one year to the next in the Airport Capital Fund. What were they for? I understand that the airport property can be used for ancillary purposes, and it was explained to me that there be walking paths and green space. Maybe the whole property can't be turned over, but we'd like to have it investigated because I don't see a reason for the airport to be part of the township's assets. I didn't come to New Garden Township because there was an airfield up there. And I don't know of anybody else who gave that as primary reason. Either the airport is totally self-sufficient, both in operating and capital funds, or we sell it. And in the meantime, if there are budgetary reasons that have to increase because they're contracted for fiscal year 2024, any increase being met by using funds from that sewer sale to defray taxpayers' taxes, which was what was promised, or we just do without the increases. But I would appreciate a hard look at what's going on here and the thought that goes into 120% increase is enough to cause a great deal of alarm. And you all are paying the same, as well as the same if you're on the sewage. So you understand where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Bill Ferguson.
Good evening and thank you. I am Bill Ferguson. I live in Harrogate North. I am strongly opposed to any tax increase at this time for several reasons. First, this proposed budget that we have seen is 114 pages of mostly dense gobbledygook. If there's anything in there telling me how citizens will benefit from a tax increase, it is deeply buried. I, for one, am not going to spend the days trying to decipher it. If you have a case to make, tell me in simple, direct manner. Until you do that, I do not feel you have fulfilled your responsibility to the citizens of New Garden. Second, you have $33 million of cash reserves, 22 from the sewer sale and 11 other. What is the plan for that sewer sale money? We have been asking for 3 years. It remains just a lump of money, and all you say is we're earning interest on it. Likewise, there's $11 million of other reserves representing 1.5 years of operating funds. That seems excessive for a reserve fund. What is the plan for those funds? Without a plan, they very likely will be just frittered away. You should not be increasing taxes without a definite plan for that money. Third, there's the airport that the gentleman just mentioned. It is a $15 million net book value facility. It benefits few people in New Garden and operates at a loss. Over the last 4 years, it has averaged $400,000 per year loss, and that hole has gotten deeper each year. It lost over $600,000 in 2022. That is a waste of taxpayer money. You sold the sewer system that efficiently served half the residents and cost taxpayers nothing. Do not be asking for more money when a cash sinkhole like this is being funded. Fourth, a general observation. It appears to me that New Garden has taken on a number of feel-good projects without considering the ongoing operational aspects. So now some of those ignored costs are starting to surface and you want to raise our taxes. That is disingenuous, and it sets a bad precedent for future increases. Fifth, The plans to hire additional staff should definitely be put on hold until these cost and funding issues are resolved. People are expensive and permanent. Now is not the time to be making that commitment. Finally, this budget presents three different options. One, the full increase, it's called a half increase, and a third increase. That is a disrespectful characteristic of the options. What I read in there is that it is the full proposed tax increase spread over 1, 2, or 3 years. There is no half, there is no third involved. I think you should be ashamed of that deceptive characterization. What should be adopted is option number 4, none of the above. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Walt Barlow.
Thank you. My name is Walt Barlow. I live in Harrogate North. We have been saddled with much higher sewer fees because of the sale of the system. Okay, that was done in the past, done, over with. Now we're being asked to give another increase in taxes as a result of adding 240% more people to this township staff. We're going to go from 5 to 12. It's a lot of people. I would like to see a better justification, as has been said eloquently by several of my predecessors here tonight. I'd like to see a better justification for why we're going to go from 1 code enforcement guy to 4. We're going from 0 in some cases, like Public Works, I think, no, Parks and Recreation went from 0 to 2. What is causing this? Why do we need these people? Also, I think it's a very poor timing for a tax increase. Given the inflation that's still haunting all of us, it just seems like piling more inflation on top of the inflation we already have. So I would agree with most of the people who have been here, have been talking tonight, and say that we shouldn't have any tax increase at all until we get a better justification of what those people are doing, what they should be doing, and why more people are needed instead of, well, we just need a tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Joan Weber.
Hi, my name is Joan Weber. From Preserves at New Garden. I'm also part of the coalition. I own a remote CFOs, an accounting services company. I was former director of finance at Condé Nast Publications, a publisher of Vogue, Vanity Fair, GQ, among other top-tier publications. I wanted to offer my experience as a basis for my comments tonight. As it relates to public safety, the police building specifically, we were told that the new township, the New Garden Township building was needed to house police in the basement. After the building was constructed, the plan changed and New Garden funded a new police building. Why did we build a new police station when the existing space for the police was here at the township building? We should have a sizable net profit from the police fund because we are including a fee to recoup our capital investments to the other townships, right? Why would New Garden taxpayers pay for other township services? The lower level of the township building here remains vacant. What are we going to do with it? Shouldn't we look at revenue generating from the building that we've already purchased rather than increasing our taxes? Public safety statistics. I've reviewed all of the available data regarding the public safety statistics from 2017 to 2022. Thank you to Chief Greenwald for going over and above and getting me that information right away. I appreciate that. I was very comforted to see that our crime rates are holding to the average. But then that raises questions. If the crime rates are holding to the average, why are we increasing the cost substantially for public safety? For instance, our fire costs increased 62% from 2019 to 2023. Our ambulance and rescue increased 167%. Shouldn't we know what's driving that cost? Does anybody have the answer? I don't think so. If someone has the answer, it's certainly not available to the citizens. As it relates to open space, I got a problem with this. Okay, so we get grants from the federal government so that it makes a capital investment free to us to purchase a property. But nothing is for free. Like, there are restrictions on what we can do with that land, right? So we buy the land, but who has to maintain that land? We do, okay? But we're restricted on how we can develop it. Land is a revenue generation for this township. So we buy the land with government money, we pay to maintain that, but we can't develop it, which is our tax base. So we are cutting off our revenue stream. Think about that. That makes no sense. Now, you can say, well, you're kind of late to the game. Yeah, we are. I mean, certainly I am. My apologies, I wasn't involved earlier. But that doesn't dismiss the fact that we elect you to read the fine print for us. And you didn't do that. I'm not specifically saying you here. I'm saying our local government. Why would you restrict us, bind us to ongoing cost, and restrict our means to produce revenue? That makes no sense to me. As it relates to headcount increases, finance specifically, I'm going to pick on you, Chris, because this is my area. We increased headcount 200% from 2020 to budget 2024. The description of the headcount is AP, AR, investments, budget grants, audit, HR, benefits, insurance. Great. I'll give you a real world example. I have someone in my company that handles all of that for 10 separate companies with far more revenue than New Garden. We do that by leveraging technology, optical character recognition, so you don't have to key invoices. There are a lot of things that you can employ without adding headcount, because headcount that's like the hardest thing to get approved in corporate America. Why? Because you don't want to like lay people off after you hire them. And there's a huge cost with that. You have benefits, right? It's not just the salary cost. So, you know, when we're making decisions, I always tell my kids, measure your downside risk. So what is the risk of not having, and this is not just a matter of not increasing our taxes. We shouldn't increase our cost, okay? Because you're increasing the cost, you're saying, well, now we have to pay for it. The cost shouldn't be increased at all. You got to read the room. How many people in this room are okay with 125% increase? How many people? No one. Let the record show, no one raised their hand. I bet you, when's the last time you had this entire room filled? Okay, we may not have been paying attention before, but we're paying attention now, and we're willing to work with you. You have incredible professional skill set. You have attorneys, you have CPAs, you have business, you have marketing, you have just general citizens, you have seniors, you have young people. People want to be involved now. So let's bridge that gap. Like, it shouldn't be like you and us. It should be we, right? Let's bridge the gap. We can't solve the problems in Washington and even in Chester County, but this is our community. We should work together. Like, we should set the example. Let's work together. Let's all come to, let's pull on the experience of all of these wonderful people. Like, pull that skill set, and you don't have to increase headcount. Look at all the professionals you have right here. And we're willing to volunteer our time, right? Let's set the example for what government should be. by the people, for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. It's Ron Smyson. Ron?
I think you've heard some very patient people giving you good advice. I live in Laurel Crossing. My wife and I have been here 30 years. We have, when we got married, many more years than that, we formed companies. I have a company called Spinnaker Leadership Associates. We've coached people for 35 years on how to set up companies, how to structure budgets, how to meet all the kinds of challenges, any challenge you want to know about in a business or an institution or a charity or whatever. We've been involved in it, and we're really good at it. I took the time this weekend, I took the whole weekend and read the full presentation that Christopher gave us, and it makes no sense. It's not the time to do this to people. I have watched this over the years we've lived here, and I do a lot of traveling, so I'm not home. I'm trying to get rid of that a little bit because I'm getting old. But the point is that this lady made that point. You have in this room and in this township incredible brain power, incredible expertise, experiences, and knowledge, and it hasn't been tapped. You're sitting in a smoke-filled room making decisions. That's what it looks like. My first reaction was I was in a school board meeting not too long ago when they're raising the taxes. And a man stood up and said, I can't afford these taxes. I've lived here my whole life. I don't make much money. I can't do what you're asking me to do. The man is sitting in your side of the table said, well, you shouldn't live here. Why don't you move out if you can't afford it? That's how I feel when I read these things. We shouldn't be doing this. Our country is going down the drain. If you haven't heard it, there's a new digital currency coming. In and of itself, it will destroy our country because the Federal Reserve, which is not a government organization, it's a private organization based on this, funded and managed by the descendants of the original founders of the organization, is going to get into your bank account starting soon when they introduce digital currency. Democracy will be dead. The second thing that's happening is our US dollar has been the world reserve currency for many, many years. I can't remember.
Sir, do you have comments related to the budget?
I'll get there.
Yeah, if you want to get there.
The point is, other people have already said what I wanted to say. I'm taking the opportunity to tell you, if these things happen, everybody in this room is going to need everybody else. So we ought to start cooperating with each other to make decisions that impact all of us, so we learn how to do it. And sitting in a smoke-filled room is not it. And it's not your fault. That's how this organization has been run since I've known it. This is only my third time going to a meeting like this because there wasn't any point. I said to my wife when I heard the review last week, and it was well done, well presented, it's a done decision. They're not looking for input. They're just going through the motions of making it happen. And when you look at the budget numbers, you can't make sense out of it to do this right now. It doesn't fit. It's not a good move. People have enough between the earned income tax, which young people are paying, people that both work for a living, plus the property tax. No one's going to be moving here anytime soon. And you're also competing with the school district taxes, which are enormous. I came from California. I'm a Pennsylvania person. I wanted to move back with family. The taxes were higher here than in California. Can you imagine that? No, it's not easy to do that. So all I'm saying is, let's work together. You've got really strong brain power in this room, including yourselves. We have to start talking much sooner. To bring this kind of a proposal before Thanksgiving, my wife's going crazy because we're going to have a whole house full of people. We don't have time to do that. And you know that because you don't have time either. And Christmas is time you want to go again and get this thing rolling. There is no thinking about the impact on the people who pay the bills. And I've heard people say, no tax increase. When we got that information, we started thinking about where can we go? We don't have to live here, but we'd like to live here and we have friends here. And I'd like to make more friends in this. I've had more conversations with people in these different developments in the last few days than in my whole life here. I think it's a good idea. And instead of having something that's just pushed on people, I can show you my credentials. I can contribute strongly to anything you want to do. And I haven't heard anybody say anything nasty. I've been in meetings like this before where people get up and punch each other. That's not going on here, but you're taking advantage of people. And it's not right. You can't have that kind of money in the tank and then say, let's raise prices. Let's raise rates by 2.5% or whatever, 125%, excuse me. You can't do that. It doesn't make any sense. It makes sense to say, how can we make this a better place to live for all of us? How can we make this township more effective? And we're going to be facing some problems that I mentioned that you don't want to hear about. I understand. But next year is going to be a very difficult year for our country. And it's not funny. And there are people going to be starving to death. Other countries have gone through this, and I've been in those countries where inflation is 18% per month.
Okay. Thank you for your time, sir.
Let's learn to work together.
Okay, that's all the cards I have. Did anyone else have any comments? Nope. Okay, we're going to move on to approval of the meeting minutes from October 16th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Any motion to approve the minutes?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we adopt the minutes of October 16th as submitted.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the treasurer's report, approval of paid invoices in the amount of $27,652.34 and unpaid invoices in the amount of $537,767.85. Do I have a motion to approve? Do you have any? Would anyone like to make a motion to approve? No?
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Ted. All right, with the exception of the one you said you had, Steve?
Yes, so there is one bill for my employer in the amount of $234.27. I will have to recuse from that action.
Okay, other than that, everyone in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Right. Move on to the Public Works Department report.
No report for Public Works for tonight.
All right, I have an airport update. I don't think I saw John.
Also, no planned airport update for tonight.
Nope. Fire company report? No, I saw you.
For the month of October, the data supplied for EMS response. There's 162 dispatches. 99 of those were in New Garden, 9 in Avondale Borough, 5 London Britain, 4 Franklin Township, 6 West Walmart. Out of district dispatches were 7 London Grove, 2 Nolan, 2 Kennett Township, 5 Kennett Square Borough, 4 Newcastle County, 3 East Marlboro Township, 7 Penn Township, 3 Lower Oxford, 3 Oxford Borough, 1 Upper Oxford Township, 1 West Fallowfield, and 1 Health Township. There were a total of 58 BLS transports and 41 ALS transports for the medic unit with the rider on. There were 14 refusals, 19 recalls, 15 no services. Assist the fire department 9 times. And QRS responses were 6. 6A to 6P shift, there was 98 dispatches. 6 p.m., 6 a.m., there were 64. Dispatches missed by municipality, 13 Newburgh, 1 Avondale Borough, 1 Franklin, 1 Marlboro. The average dispatch for arrival was 10 minutes, and the round trip typically took 71 minutes. For fire, their report for October of 2023, 56 dispatches, 33 in New Garden, 5 Avondale Borough, 2 London Britain, 3 Franklin Township. Out of district, 1 East Marlboro, 1 Kennett Borough, 1 Kennett Township, 2 London Grove Township, 2 New London Township, 1 Nolan, and 5 Newcastle. The average number of volunteers between Monday through Friday, the first shift of 7 to 3 was 6, 1 career. The 3 p.m. to 11 was 7 volunteers, 1 career. 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. there were 6 volunteers, 1 career. Average number of firefighters for the weekend, 7 to 3, there were 4 volunteers. 3 to 11, there's 5 volunteers. 11 to 7, there's 6. The average response time per shift, 5 minutes for 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. 3 p.m. to 11 to 6 minutes, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. or 11 minutes. Property total protected is 12.6 million.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up, we have business from the Planning Commission with the updates.
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry, skip the place again. Yeah.
One off, there you go. For the month of October that are specific to New Garden Township, there were a total of 261 calls for service. There were 2 burglaries, one at the Smoke Vape Shop in the New Garden Shopping Center and the other at a mushroom facility, property related. 4 thefts. For part 2 crimes, there were 2 simple assaults, one of which was domestic related, 1 fraud, 1 drug arrest, 1 trespass. We handled 29 residential or commercial alarms, 6 animal complaints, 11 noise complaints, 16 traffic related complaints, 4 assist other police departments, 86 assist fire and EMS calls, 20 suspicious conditions vehicle or person calls, 6 domestics. There were 103 traffic citations issued, 67 written warnings, 7 reportable crashes, 18 non-reportable crashes, and 8 DUI arrests. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we have the Planning Commission update. Do we have any report? Yep, thank you.
So we had 3 zoning hearing board applications for the month. The memo in front of you is the PC summary on those 3 variance requests. The first one is for a lot area, gross lot area, and a lot line dimension. The second one is for 321 Pemberton Road. It is a dimension for the minimum acreage of 75.75, and so the Planning Commission took no action on either one of those. The third is for 156 and 162 Bancroft Road, the Rouse Chamberlain Townhouse proposal. The Board of Supervisors granted the conditional use, and now they've come in and asked for a variance on the number of lighting structures from 56 to 15. So the Planning Commission supported that. The one condition being that the light fixtures out at Bancroft Road with the two intersections would be up to 20 feet. So that's where we are with those.
And that'll be, the suggested is no position, right? Yeah.
Yeah, all three of them were no action taken by the Board of Supervisors.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Right, yeah. No, that's what it says on the motion for the Board of Supervisors. Do we have a motion to take no action on the following applications?
I'll make a motion that the board take no action on the applications.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay. All right, any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Do we have to? Okay. All right, I mean, is that,
It's just the planning commission.
right, the planning commission wants it.
If you don't, then you.
Well, it's not that we don't, but it's that we want to take no position. I mean, that's gonna go on to. Yeah, so I mean, are they gonna, would they weigh our thing any more severely or? Yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we have, next is the financial security release, number 3 for S&P conveyors.
This is another installment in the ongoing Pannoni assessment of the site work being completed on I can't remember if it is on Reed Street, but on the 115 Reed Street, I believe it is for S&P conveyors for the continued construction finalization of that site.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion to approve release number 3 in the amount of $201,727.19?
Yeah, based on the engineer's recommendation, I will move to approve release number 3 for S&P conveyors in the amount of $201,727.19.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second motion.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we have the New Garden fiscal year 2024 budget final brief.
And if I can just have Ted quickly check in at the Zoom meeting to make sure he can see the screen share.
I can see it. Thank Chris.
Okay, thank you. All right, and just a quick op check and laser point check. All right. Good evening, members of the board, residents, staff. I'm Christopher Himes. I'm the township manager, and I'll be providing, I guess this is the final installment of the 24 proposed budget. I'm going to go ahead and just try to make sure I can orient to the audience here. For the 24 proposed budget cycle, of course, tonight was the 1 out of 2 finalization measures the township needs to take in order to approve the 2024 budget. Tonight is based off of the fact that we provide all the information materials to date. Then we would seek a motion to advertise, and then of course, the motion to adopt at the December 18th Board of Supervisors meeting. So that's where we're at tonight. I would provide a summary slide up here, but I provided multiple times and multiple presentations leading up to this point. But this would be based off the fact that we've had kind of 4 workshopping sessions started at the very end of August through, I believe it was toward the end of the month of October. In addition to, we provided a budget summary update at a Board of Supervisors meeting in October, as well as 3 township manager-led Q&A sessions, 2 of them online and 1 of them, excuse me, here in Town Hall. So in terms of public engagement outreach, making sure there was a full measure of transparency and reporting that, making sure that there's been a significant amount of time for public comment as well on all items here today. So I'll just kind of go ahead. Many of you might see these slides in terms of some retreads that provided in earlier briefs. But for those that haven't, this can at least provide a quick summary. So my goal is to essentially just kind of run through all of the, I'll call them higher levels of interest for the 2024 budget. Within the back end of the slides, you can see also the attached capital plan. And then when we finalize the motion to advertise, this will be in supplement to the budget line item document that we have in terms of advertising the budget with the printout at Town Hall. And then we'll commission the final budget book once finally adopted to have for long-term, just I guess, documentation procedures at the township. In order to continue forward, and it's also looked into the past as well. So it's very critical to understand kind of why we got here in the first place. So what I wanted to do is essentially show what I would consider to be a checkered history in terms of actuals versus expenditures of the township over time, to let people know kind of what the actual, we'll call it the kind of decision-making timeline in concert with the actual expenditures timeline, and also kind of providing some context and details of the why. Because if you just look at raw numbers, there's not a lot of explanation there. And it's very difficult sometimes to create all the levels of contingencies that are included and just kind of understanding the actuals to date, in addition to the fact that there's been a considerable amount of turnover, not only at the board level and the staff level. So in terms of just context and details, not a lot of it was fully documented in our budget documents year over year over year. It's mostly just kind of a raw line item output that we've always provided. So this at least helps kind of start it off. So the orange line, obviously, in comparison to green line, is your expenditures versus revenues. And just kind of walking through, that was the last time that the township provided its last significant increase. This was back in 2013, leading into the 2014 fiscal year. And based off of my assessment of kind of looking through documentation and asking questions and everything, there wasn't really an actual structured understanding of why it was increased, other than the fact that it was just increased at the time. Now, I do believe that some measure of that was actually to support the continued increase for the Southern Chester County Regional Police at the time, the New Garden Township Police, and the expansion and growth of officers, and just kind of leading in that effort, which for the most part, this initial increase towards the 15 to 18 cycle was mostly about investing in public safety, specifically police, and with the understanding that we were going to be ramping up the program in of itself to eventually adopt the future house facility there off of 41 for the Southern Chester County Regional Police. So when we're looking at this initial expansion effort in terms of expenditures, the one thing we weren't doing at the time was also increases for fire safety, increases for staff, anything related to kind of operational excellence according to the township staffing level. So we invested in police first, and then we kind of deferred any of the decision-making into the kind of last few years. But as you can see, in 2017, we kind of outran the initial segue for how we were performing as township revenues. And so if you look at historical factors here, this would have been the one moment in time to start assessing kind of what's going on in the township. Make no mistake, this is also a time where we still had about 4 to 5 staff. We hadn't really invested anything in the fire EMS, and we had just gotten into, I think, about year 2 for the Southern Chester County Regional Police. So continuing on, we also had a 2016 referendum on the library. It added 0.1 mil. It's obviously based off of base assessments. So for the 24 budget, it equates to roughly about $82,000 based off of the raw 0.1 millage rate for the library. That's how it stands today. Obviously, we just talked about how it was formed. This is when I would have started to question kind of the tipping into kind of year over year deficits. And by deficits, I mean, if you're running roughly about $250,000 short of your expenditure or your revenues, this is where, retroactively, this would have made sense to kind of review what we were doing at that time. But then we got into a point where COVID hits, and then comes a lot of federal stimulus money. There was some sizable influx of that reported CARES Act and ARP money on the township's kind of revenue streams. In addition to that, you had a kind of drop off in expenditures. When you only have 5 personnel and then people are out of office, they're gone, they're not working, we're kind of going low on staffing levels, you end up having kind of what I hear is kind of almost like a trough for the township, which if you think about it is about from $600,000 to $550,000, about $300,000 worth of expenditure reductions at that point. And of course, this is kind of artificially inflated by the fact that you put in $1.2 million over 2 years of inflated revenues based off of how much money received from the federal government. Even though those revenues weren't necessarily anything that was supportive of operations, those were pass-through funds for the most part onto capital. So it kind of created, I would call it the artificial surplus. And then if you can kind of trends, we kind of just continued on that path. It's of course is FY22 of just ramping back up into kind of where we were, because for the most part, we were budgeted from 20 to 22, 23, and then of course in 24, but I'm looking at 20 to 22 for certain levels of staffing that we weren't necessarily achieving. So we were underperforming our expectations in terms of the measure that we set for ourselves. Granted, if you look at it, all of this was going to come at some level of underfunding. So it was only by a sheer measure that we had COVID hit that we actually are in the position that we are in today. Had we kind of continued forward, I would have pretty significant confidence that we would have been in a much less solvent position in terms of our cash position, because this would have been completely funded by cash if we had been in that time. So what I wanted to do was essentially wash out that revenue stream so you can get an understanding of just how much the township has in terms of reliable, sustainable revenues, kind of where are we currently at as a ceiling, because expenditures are one thing, but if you don't know how much you're earning to stay under expenditures, you don't really know where you're at. So looking at 2021, which is that spike year, of course, we had $638,000 set in the budget in terms of stated revenues from ARPA funding. We had a MEF grant, for those who are not familiar, this is the grant that was funding the analysis for the Baltimore Pike Newark Road intersection study that's been ongoing for the last several years. We also had a sewer management fee. Of course, those are reliable revenues during that time frame, but we no longer have that. So we no longer have that revenue stream. That was the last solvent component of having that in the township. And of course, we actually transferred funds from our sinking capital fund. So we actually plug cash in the budget from a separate fund into the actual one. So it kind of overstated our position even more. And then in 22, we kind of did the same thing, but solely just for ARPA. But the one thing you can see is we kind of stayed around this roughly $6 million mark. And we had to ramp up to it because we had a slight spike during the 21-22 time period. That was originally talked about being the spike in transfer taxes, because of course, interest rates pretty much cratered. There was a high level of spike in activity in terms of sales that was realized by the township. We had historically performed at a certain measure that was roughly around that $390,000 to $400,000 range. And then, of course, during that time frame, it actually spiked up about $580,000 a year for 2 years. This is the first year it's kind of come back down to earth. So we're actually going to see about $420,000, which is for us underperforming our budget measure by about $150,000. That's realized revenue loss for the township in FY23. So that's where we stayed at that position for the 24 budget. But it's important to know that, because this kind of looks along the long enough timeline here, kind of our historical norm of where we're at as a township. So roughly about $5.9 million is kind of where we're parked at. And then of course, based off of our 23 actuals, which for those not in the room, we talked about some of the issues about internal controls and talking about financial management. The one thing we had never performed in the budget in terms of financial management was actually performing quarterly actuals for the township to understand what you're kind of progressing towards the end of the year. That was implemented this year as a mandate to make sure that we're more structured in approach to how we're spending, not only just year to year, but quarter to quarter to quarter. And this is kind of where we're sticking on right now. So if you look at actual use of cash and the budget this year, from terms of the amendment, where it was about $1.1 million in structural use of cash, this is the first year that we're actually sticking to our budget plan. We have people in seats, they're working, they're doing performance of operating procedures in terms of, we have Public Works for the most part serving as the largest underperformer, because we were staffed to have 6 people in addition to the 2 people who serve as our superintendent positions and our Public Works director. So we were staffed actually to have 9 Public Works officials for 2023 in the budget. We had about half that the entire year. And then of course, moving forward, we actually removed in the budget plan for the 24 budget 1 per labor. So we only have 8 people in terms of our budget plan for FY24. But that at least lets you know that roughly about $300,000 to $400,000 ish for 23 funds was due to Public Works underperformance. And then, of course, this is, of course, we're looking at the FY '24 budget plan and kind of where we're at. And of course, it's been discussed about staffing additions and making sure that we have market competitive rates for salaries for positions, not only necessarily in town hall, but also for our public works crew, because that wasn't mentioned tonight, but that's very important in terms of how we're actually able to have a fully outfitted staff of public works laborers as well. That kind of builds to where we're at right now. So the entire '24 budget was constructed knowing that we're in this kind of $1.8 million hole as a measure of our sustainable revenues versus kind of where our structural budget is positioned in terms of expenditures. So one last thing I wanted to include was a little bit of segue into kind of the next 4 to 5 years. Pennsylvania municipal government in terms of tax revenue growth and the lack of it due to there. Ma'am, you had public comment time? Yeah, okay. I will do the speaking into the microphone. Thank you very much for that input, but if we can please continue here because we got to get through a lot of information. Is this better for the audience? Thank you. So one thing to consider here is the fact that in Pennsylvania, you don't necessarily have the ability, other than just if you have sustainable growth, if you have a viable community, if you have new developments coming in, more EIT, more base for the property values that you have for residential properties or commercial properties. If you're growing commercially, you can kind of forecast the green line to kind of exponentially move up. We don't necessarily have that because we don't necessarily have right now any commissioned properties that are beyond the final stages of the land development plan to be able to look at 25, 26, and 27 and estimate growth here. Now, when those plans finally come to fruition, we can add that in there. And someone mentioned the Pure Life facility tonight. That was actually included in there, but it doesn't necessarily move the needle as much was, I think, stated during the public comment time. But you can at least understand that there are limitations in terms of projecting revenue growth. And in terms of how we use for expenditure growth, it's mostly tied towards kind of a net general 2.5% CPI type inflation, cost for service increase, which is pretty standard from municipal budgeting practices.
So is the Pure Light?
Excuse me?
Are Pure Light numbers in here?
Yes, but the EIT is actually not as strong as people were stating to believe. So they have outfitted right now for about 100 people in phase 1, a potential phase 2 that would increase it to 200. So those numbers were off that were stated prior to it. And of course, that's 1%. 1% of those who are located outside the township. If you're inside the township, we get 0.5%. So we actually looked at the numbers in terms of the total amount of stated positions they would have there. And you're talking maybe about a $37,000 EIT increase for the Pure Life facility solely based off of, essentially in this case, earned income tax, from the Pure Life facility. Now, granted, for their per capita output of a facility, they would actually be one of the strongest earners overall in terms of per capita. So that just gives you an understanding of how much incremental increases for commercial taxes are provided by new facilities, but it's not the, I'll call it saving grace for the township, if you will. One other thing to consider here is that because people talk about our liquid cash that we have on hand to fund it, it was stated to be about $11 million. That's incorrect. It's much less than that. It's about half, a little bit more than half, excuse me. It's about $6 million in change, which is included of the general fund cash that we have in our general fund as a measure of where we'll be at the end of FY '23 for both general fund and capital. So for those kind of unaware, we have a total cash position, but a significant portion of that is locked up into the sewer fund, which is about $22.1 million. That, of course, is earning interest income as we speak. And then we have 2 separate primary funds that we have that basically structure municipal operations, which is the general fund, which has a fund balance fund account, which we have structured into a reserve fund. And then we have a capital fund, which has essentially kind of a cash balance. And since we are not in the position where we fund capital projects with debt, we use cash and interest and grants. That's kind of our fund strategy for capital projects. So the balance that we have on hand for capital is mostly funded with cash in terms of how we're structuring the projects that are listed in the capital improvement plan. Now, with that, we didn't also forecast grants because you want to make sure that you're structuring your strategy to be able to be executed with cash, and then you eat into that with grants, because grants are non-projected. You can't necessarily rely on the fact that you're going to get grants. And even then, you might not get the amounts that you factor into it. So you look at all of your projects, and if they are critical priorities and you have cash, then you fund it based off of the critical replacement of it if it's an infrastructure type project that's needed for the township. But through the use of that cash over the next few years, which we have locked up into our capital plan, not locked up, I should say, but listed out, into our capital plan, we're going to be using that cash towards capital projects. And for the most part, that is paving. That's a significant need for the township. There are some facility requirements here for the town hall. There's some other measures in terms of some stormwater, some culvert replacements that we have out in our street areas. You can look through the list and kind of see all the different areas, but for the most part, that is our capital plan, and that eats into that cash balance for the course of the next few years until it goes down to a certain measure. Now, that is kind of where we're talking about in the future years when we talk about how the expenditures kind of jump. That explains the jump. You're funding that reinvestment of structuring future revenues into the capital fund, because for the most part, your revenues not only have to cover general fund operations, they have to fund also your replacements of your capital fund if you're using a cash-based approach for the most part. So other than just projecting what this would be, which would be a required funding mechanism for future years, this is where we want to try to grow as a township. We want to grow to be able to cover costs for service in terms of our capital funding, as well as just the inevitable kind of increase in terms of that 2.5 measure that's always growing, even though revenues are always based off of either A, as a second-class township, you raise the mills, because that's the one lever you have. And the other one is you grow as a township, so the EIT goes up. You can't take the 1% EIT any higher. As a second-class township, it's 1%. So those who don't understand that, that's kind of the two big levers you have in terms of just growing your revenue base. Now, the other ones in terms of operationalization, there's other kind of measures you can do to create efficiencies, but there's only certain amounts that when you operationalize and you incur more fees, more kind of structured services, there's only so much you can actually charge for a certain type of fee. And that's based off a lot of constructs that are in our municipal planning code, a lot of our community development related revenues for the most part, which drive that. So going into a little bit more about the history, we talked about kind of the life cycle, if you will, of how we got here to date. But for the most part, I wanted to kind of provide just some basic charts to kind of review kind of where we're at in terms of performance for fiscal year 16 going into 2024. So as you can see, total revenues, when you get rid of all of that noise, when you reduce all the ARPA inflation, or all the ARPA measures, when you reduce some of those grants, some things that were overstating our revenues position, in the course of the last several years, we haven't necessarily grown our revenue base. The only spike that we saw in 22 and 21 was from a transfer tax. That's kind of been already washed back out. So we've been fairly flat across the board for the last 7 years. And then you look at our expenditures, and that's where you see the massive jump. So the delta was about total of about $2.5 million. And that's kind of a net lift from everything. That's public safety, that's staff, that's public works, that's just things costing more than they did 7 years ago. All of that is a net influence on how expenditures increase year over year over year. And then you can see that when you're talking about total revenues is a great and a wash, but what is the primary kind of substance behind those total revenues? And for the most part, that's your real estate tax and your earned income tax. And you can see also how those have been forming in terms of a percentage of your overall total revenues. And there hasn't necessarily been that level of growth, definitively $580,000 compared to the fact that your expenditures have grown that much in that same time frame due to different increases for all the things. And I'm going to provide a list here of kind of all those net influences that kind of add up to this balance right here, because those are the ones that we talk about, our kind of top 10 list. Those would be that. In terms of where we are at for FY23, so our total revenues were essentially, like I said, when we're talking about our use of cash, without use of cash, we're projecting to end up about 5.916 million. So we're hitting that historical average. This is just where we're at as a township. That is the solution. That is the problem that we need to solve in terms of initially, how do we grow this revenue stream northward to fund services? So here's what is added to that. And if you actually take 2016 and move it back 2014, Police would have been at the top of this budget as well, because that's when we regionalized the police department. But I just chose FY 2016 because I wanted to involve a fully regionalized police department and kind of show that stability across the board in terms of what has increased. Now, all of these didn't increase together at the exact same points in time. Everything kind of increased in a certain year dependent upon the prioritization that was essentially announced during the budgeting cycle that was approved by the board for that budget. But for the most part, if you kind of look here across the top kind of elements are all of those ones that make up the 60% of our budget. Those are the big ticket items. Those are the ones that provide the most amount of service. They're out there, they're providing direct services in terms of response from public safety officials, as well as our public works division. They're doing their best to be able to get out there to essentially repair roads, repair streets, repair signs, inspect and repair storm water inlets and drains. They're doing all they can to make sure that they're keeping our road banks along our township roads as clean and kind of free from debris as possible. They're responding and after significant storm events and clear cutting trees and moving them out of the way. You know, these are the people that are out there every single time. If you don't see them, they're out there anyways and they're doing their jobs. Now, the reason that they're at the top here was because they never even came close to a competitive wage in Chester County in terms of the consortium, which I heard somebody talk about the fact that there was I can say like an FTE per role analysis done. Everything that's gone into influence the discussion about what FTE compensation rates for us are, were based off of the 2021 and 2023 Chester County Consortium, which is all reporting municipal governments in Chester County that provide full staffing in terms of FTE counts, as well as what their insurance plans are, in terms of what their base salaries are. All of it's kind of netted into, and that's the one that as a municipal government that we could go by, because when we're looking for filling municipal positions, it's good to know what the going rate are for those specific municipal positions, not with private sector jobs, not with other townships that not like our size, because within those Chester County reports, you have to look at which municipalities closely aligned to your municipality, because we're not the same as kind of like a Fallowfield Township, a Chadds Ford Township. Those are different jurisdictions in Chester County than New Garden Township is. And our like jurisdictions are ones that have scale in terms of population, but also in terms of network of roads, in terms of the actual footprint and presence of businesses that we have, in which for us, a significant portion of it is managing the day-to-day operations. When you have a sizable agricultural industrial influence in population in your township, our issues to solve are different than a lot of other townships' issues to solve. So with that, excuse me.
Sorry. So the increase like in the ambulance rescue went from 191 to 650.
Correct.
That, what, 8-year period?
Yes.
So how was all that stuff getting done beforehand? When it was 191, were all the services being provided at the?
A simple explanation, it was not funded. The requests were higher, that's just what we gave. So for those who don't understand, Avondale Fire Company as the township's dedicated fire response asset is a nonprofit agency. They have 2 different tax identifiers, and essentially they come up with essentially a report on total amount of property assets, how many calls for service they're provided in an area. There's kind of a network of factors that influence of what their municipal contribution requests are, but it's a municipal contribution request. You can go to a board that doesn't want to fund it because they don't think it's a priority for that year, or they just want to fund something else. And it was kind of like a basis of 2 factors. They can only fund one. But these numbers historically were not based off of the fact that there was a deliberate decision of why they weren't, other than the fact that they just chose not to fund those, if that makes sense. As harsh as that sounds, that's likely the case.
So if it's not being funded or capital assets not being purchased or not staffed? at
They're
the
not.
proper levels?
They're not staffed. Yeah, they run without apparatus and their operational capacity is down.
Along with loss of volunteers because of state mandates, insurance requirements.
Correct.
All of the above are impacts to the fire and ambulance.
Yep. So another one, and that's a good point. For our company, it is primarily volunteer led, which means that we have to staff apparatus with a larger network of individuals who are on a volunteer basis that not only serve Avondale Fire Company, they might serve this fire company over here. They might, and I can go into this in the depth in the fire slides that we have later. but essentially is one where you're essentially trying to keep up with competitive rates for cost of service in terms of what other fire companies are paying their staff and other companies are paying their staff. If you're in the middle of that, you have to look out in terms of, now we have loss of personnel going out to these agencies. We don't have anybody to staff. We're not getting new volunteers because that's another issue just with fire services in general. There's not a younger audience coming in and filling these critical seats. So the replacement rate of younger firefighters is not there. So these are just an older audience that are kind of aging out, and they're just essentially looking to the left and to the right, seeing what negotiated deal is over here for in terms of compensation, seeing what negotiated deal is for here. They're demanding of within their own organization. If that doesn't happen, they likely just remove the fire official running the organization and find someone that will arbitrate better on their behalf. It's very much operating like a union, but it's not a union. And then they come forward and they basically say, we're providing these services to you as a municipality. Here's your calls for service. Here's the input. This is what it costs to get a viable response mechanism. And that's how it's usually funded. It's exactly like that over in the Longwood Fire Commission. It's the exact same way over at the West Grove Fire Company as well. We're no different. We're kind of a net consumer of a larger regional issue in terms of increases for cost for service for fire services. But nonetheless, that is why these costs have gone up pretty significantly. Although for the most part, our contributions haven't increased until the last few years when it became pretty dire in terms of the fact that they didn't have manned apparatus and they weren't able to man shifts. And that was an issue. So we had to solve that problem. And as the Avondale Fire Company is constructed, New Garden Township is the #1 municipal contributor. And like I said, we'll go into the slide later. It's not like we have economies of scale with other sizable jurisdictions to kind of sharehold. And this is actually included in one of our financial risks going forward as a township, is that we have to seek better wholesale options to better fund public safety services, because it's the #1 and #2 influence on our budget. As you can see, police up here as well, protective inspection. Now, for the most part, talking about additional FTE staff. This is for the fact that we have a considerable blind eye when it comes to providing inspection resources. And I'm not talking about 4 independent code enforcement officials. I'm talking about somebody who serves as the land reviewer, the community development director, the person who basically performs those kind of highly contextualized reviews in terms of land development processes and applications as they come through. Someone to be able to process all the permit activity that comes through, and then someone to be able to get out there, boots on the ground, to be able to serve code enforcement inspections. We just happen to have a part-time person that does additional code enforcement. They also do facility management and portering services. So essentially they are kind of like a day and nighttime on weekends porter official for the township in terms of servicing our facilities, and they do code enforcement. And we'll talk about that staffing position later. And then another one that you added was another half-time official, and that was for a fire marshal / emergency management coordinator. This has been a position that the township has never had, and it's been one where there are a significant amount of safety risks incurred if you don't inspect commercial businesses, because you never know what that commercial business is doing and whether or not they're within the actual constructs of the International Fire Code. And that is an issue that, I mean, even you can relate to Oxford that happened a few months ago. You never know, but if you're not out there actually performing your due diligence as a township to make sure that things are being properly inspected, which actually incurs a revenue stream for the township to help fund those positions, you're not necessarily completing the objectives of having a life safety department component of your community development department.
Is there a risk associated with that if you're not performing those tasks?
It is wonder if it happens in your jurisdiction and you basically essentially say that we were kind of like willfully negligent in terms of whether or not we chose to prioritize it or not. That's on the onus of you in terms of actual risk to the township. It's essentially just a loss of a commercial component of the township. So that's one where, are you doing the most amount to improve the actual safety conditions in your township? And it's one where, based off of the actual part-time salary rate for the fire marshal, which is only about $33,000 a year, it's seen as a small investment for a much larger, even sometimes subjective return, but it's the fact that you have that in there. And that's why I've included that with the emergency management coordinator type position, which the township has never had. Now, this is an official who basically orchestrates and inputs all of the federal emergency management kind of constructs in terms of how we're able to train our staff to be able to organize a response in an emergency management situation, flooding, blizzards, active shooter situations, anything that can arise in a township that happens to have some or elicit some sort of emergency management response. Because when you get a response, you pay for temporary emergency services. If you don't have full training, you don't have the understanding of what it is you're collecting in terms of financial information, the federal reimbursement process is a nightmare. And to have a person kind of organizing that, as well as our operating procedures, to be able to have an understanding of what we need to do in the middle of and after the response is a critical blind eye also for the township. We never had this. And this isn't something that is coming out of thin air. This is a position that's filled across the entire nation. And it's one that we did not have. It's also filled in Chester County, and we did not have that as well, which was based off of the priorities of the board, wanting to make sure that that wasn't continuing to be an item of risk for the township, if you will. And we can kind of walk the dog kind of completely down the list here, but every single element here mostly represented as performing some sort of critical function for the township that was at a dearth of capacity because, and we'll kind of get to it, I guess, now, because that's kind of the elephant in the room, is historically based off of when we actually professionalized the manager position in the township. It wasn't a long, long time ago. It was 2005. That was the first time we had a township manager. And with that, we kind of slowly built out a small staff, and it was mostly predicated upon those positions that are outlined in the township code, which was a treasurer / finance director type function, as well as a manager, a secretary type function. And then for the most part, it's not necessarily in there, but if you have ordinances, you kind of infer that you're going to have a codes official. And then that was kind of it. We had other person controlling kind of I think it was like the utility billing aspect for the water, the sewage system. And those were the primary positions. And if we want to go into, for the most part, we can talk about services here, but I'll get to that in terms of the history of those positions, the turnover, the instability, and a lot of the issues that have essentially affected the ability for the township to be what I'll consider to be operationally excellent. But nonetheless, we've talked about a lot of the things that we have in the township. It is, and this was part of my state of the township brief that was provided several months ago at the very end of August, and it's recorded. It's up on YouTube. You can watch it again, as well as the actual slides. But we are a township of kind of somewhat related, but somewhat disparate services that we have to fund and operationalize to make sure that they're provided to the best of our ability. And so this was just kind of my ability to kind of identify the primary ones, because these are the ones that are tied to some level of community departmental function that we have. And this isn't something, when you're looking up here in terms of the township's history, that we ever really funded across the board. We never really prioritized the entire body of work that is New Garden Township. We specified certain ones over others. And then, of course, when we did that, we just essentially said, oh, that high turnover rate, that instability, that loss of personnel, that's just the cost of not funding what we're trying to do here as a township. But all of these, for the most part, serve some sort of individual function. Now, certain people might view others as more important, but for me, as the manager, I look at the entire organization holistically, and I say that all of these are important based off of the fact that they have their certain respective function they perform for the township. If people aren't necessarily that much in the audience or anywhere tonight that provide comments about parks, there's a sizable portion of our township that is heavily interested and invested in the outcome of positive park experiences. Young families, some of the folks that are hyper engaged in the New Garden Trails kind of effort. We have our open space. So there are kind of a blended amount, but that's what I'm saying. It's not the fact that we should just prioritize based off of one versus the other. It's the fact that we have it. How do we fund it? How do we operationalize it? And are we making sure that that service is provided to the best of its
Could we
ability?
just touch on the airport? That's self-funding, right?
Yes.
That doesn't cost.
So we'll go into the Airport Enterprise Fund, and there was talks about prior year deficits. There is explanations of that, most of it pertaining towards COVID, the presidential TFR restriction that was located in Wilmington that actually encumbered our township airport municipal facility from operating certain measures. But there's a lot of reasons and context, but yes, they are self-funded in terms of their revenues versus expenditures. So if we're going to go into organizational head count, I kind of have to caveat this, that the primary sponsor of the manager, like I just stated, is to oversee the operational excellence of the township, to basically say that we have structured positions within our township to serve a function and then deliberately not fund them or deprioritize them is essentially committing to the fact that you're not trying to perform that function. So why does it exist in the first place? So if you do prioritize it, just make sure that you have it to the full extent of the professional level that's required to deliver excellent service. So when I came in here, Q1 of 2023, I arrived at the township at the very end of January. The first thing I did is I put my organizational kind of operations hat on and essentially performed almost 3.5 to 4 months worth of sit downs, assessments, not only with our staff, but with other municipalities as well, kind of getting a good cross section of understanding of who has what, why, what's the staffing level requirement. There isn't a guidebook necessarily that says New Garden Township, you have this amount of staff. That's not written anywhere. It's all based off of a best practices assessment of what you have and how many people you need to run it. And that's based off of internal assessments. But for the most part, I kind of talked about it. What we had in terms of staffing wasn't necessarily commensurate to the fact that the township had fully expanded its footprint as a suburban community with the agricultural footprint that we had, and we continued to kind of structure within that 5 FTE count. And this is up until 2021 that we actually addressed FTE in the township. So this budget doesn't prescribe an 8-person increase, 7-person increase for this year. It's a 7-person increase in terms of totality of the last 4 years. But when I talk about those municipal benchmarks, and we've provided those same ones, the list of 10 that I've kept on providing because they are the most closely aligned in terms of the volume of services they have to provide, every single one of them is operating with at least 2 to 3 times more total staff, inclusive of town hall staff, than the township. So that's at least an understanding of, okay, we are are we the exception to the rule? Or are we just essentially be able to do things at a level that is achieving maximum levels of efficiency comparative to our peers? Or is there something wrong with us? So let's look at our own FTE history. And that's one where we essentially had wages that were not competitive. Like I said, when we're talking about that Chester County consortium across our board and all of our departments, the bulk part of majority of personnel were at least 5 to 30% below market average in terms of the Chester County consortium-based municipal average that is associated with funding positions that we have here in the township. The other one is just turnover. Our town hall staff alone, I'm the 5th manager in the township history. They've had 2 other managers associated with the kind of in between. So we've got 7 managers in 15 years, well, a little over 15 years. That could be a tell in and of itself. Public Works and employees as well. We've had about 14 different people in the Public Works department over the course of the last 14 years. Now, why is that? When I talked about originally, when we talked about Public Works increases, those were increases based off of the fact that as of not last year, but the year prior, our Public Works rate for salaries was $18.50, which equates to about $38,000 a year. So when you're talking about funding people who provide a heightened level of response for your township, and the fact that when you're looking at that same Chester County consortium of where that 1850 stacks up against, and you're in last, that's kind of a tell of, okay, well, we're not able to fill positions. We're budgeted for those positions, but we're not filling the staffing levels. And we increased it to $23 for the FY23 budget, and it was still non-competitive when it came to staffing. Multiple interviews were had. People come in, hey, I have a competitive offer over here, and I have you guys. I can't work for you guys because they're giving me more over here. That's just the market that we're in. And so that was talking about how we grew from the 23 budget to the 24 budget proposed in terms of, I'll call it competitive staffing median base for Public Works employees. That's where the benchmark is coming from. And in that same ilk, that still doesn't mean that we are going to be 100% successful. There's no guarantee, because in addition to competing with other agencies, these are the same types of employees that can also compete in the private sector, especially if they have a CDL license, any sort of, I'll call them like engineering or construction specific experience. You know, that is another market that we're having to deal with as well. So it's one where we're trying to keep up, we're trying to stay competitive, but none of these rates are based off the fact that we are extraordinarily higher than any of the market competitive salary rates that are out there in Chester County that are for townships that are the size and ilk of the same of New Garden Township. Another one that kind of fed into this, we talk about the capacity of having one person do many jobs. That requires technological investment. Technology investment is one where the township had never prioritized in terms of maybe that next generation, that ERP system. For those who aren't familiar, ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. It's your financial system. It usually houses some sort of embedded payroll and financial management function. Budgeting, for the most part, for local governments, they offer other kinds of, call them modular add-ons to help process kind of land information type stuff. It's kind of your central nervous system in terms of tech capacity for the township. Now we have, I would consider to be an operationally okay system, but we get what we pay for because it's a very low expense. But that also means that you can't necessarily reach those heightened levels of efficiency in terms of staffing to be able to essentially process things from left to right in I'll call it a very streamlined manner. So that is something that's a bit holding us back as a kind of central administrative effort, but it's one where they're very costly. New systems cost a lot for ongoing annual maintenance service costs. So what we have, I consider to be a good blend of staff with tech kind of compiles together to be a pretty good value add for the township. But then, of course, we're talking about the justified levels of staffing also means that we have to have the funding behind those justified levels of staffing. And so someone asked in one of the QA sessions, I can't remember what it was, is if we fund this, how do we know that we're going to make better decisions? And that's one where if you're talking about the subjective element of having an operationally excellent staff is now you have people that can collect data. Now you have people in the field using tools and equipment. They're out on the ground. They'll be able to actually go out there and get that. 5 people all serving one individual function can't service a population base and a commercial base that we have in the township over 16 square miles and 64 miles of road, get all the information you need to be able to have a data-driven approach. We're not even there yet. We still have some elements. I think it's actually in, or it is in our 24 budget to leverage some additional GIS enhancements to better help process reporting for inspections and for things like that, for land development issues and property code issues. But for the most part, decision-making processes, is the board getting the most amount of information prior to their ability to make a final deliberate decision? This, if we can at least say with confidence, has never existed in the township beforehand. So having every single categorical area covered by at least somebody there serving the function, collecting information, and providing that synthesized material at a board meeting to the public to be transparent about what's going on, that is a new approach, albeit it's one where it's justified because we're not necessarily leaning on a history of successful operations. And so that was the reason for the recommendation for the staffing level. Continuation of making those kind of right-sizing moments for FY23 as well as 24. And then agreeing backwards through the last 22, 21, and 20 cycles, making sure that not having a fully staffed town hall has been actual net negative on the township in terms of our ability to basically, like I said, perform that staffed out element for decision-making processes. And so this is kind of the fallout of that in terms of kind of where we were only a few years ago to where we are today. And we're talking about essentially a net increase, obviously, of 7 personnel for a town hall staff. That is kind of the quote unquote massive increase in terms of staffing levels of 7 personnel, all stratified out across about 4 to 5 different functional areas. And that is inclusive of not only full-time, but part-time officials as well. So we're trying to get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of staffing levels, still trying to do it on a very lean kind of process here, but just making sure we have just a little bit of coverage for everything. And this is based off the fact that we've seen these exact same models being replicated at multiple different townships that are of considerable size and footprint as New Garden Township. So this is just kind of a walkthrough of all those, and I'll just kind of highlight all of these at once. But essentially, this was the last 2 years of changes, both from 23 moving into 24, because when I walked in day 1 to our codes department, there was no one in the office. There was no one here at town hall to be able to even have a conversation. We didn't have anybody. Our last person left and quit in September of 2022. I did finally an exit interview with them, and essentially from 2 slides ago kind of parroted a lot of the same issues that we've been having. And his issues were the same as his predecessors, that were same as his predecessors, that were the same as his predecessors. So essentially you have to start repeating the same cycle that you're doing and finally understand how much do we actually need, how much money does that cost, and right-size the township to meet the needs at the level that we probably should have had for the last 15 to 20 years. We just never prioritized it. That's what we're doing with this budget today. We're prioritizing our needs based off of understanding how we've been unsuccessful and how much that's going to cost to move forward. The decision is funding it, but at least we understand why we need it. Now, moving forward, the 2-year total was assessed at the total construct of this. So we're adding over the course of the last 2 years, 4.5 staff for roughly about that amount. This is inclusive of salaries and wages. So you're talking about the entire kind of embodiment that needs to fund salaries. So for the most part, what is included in the $7.7 million budget includes this number. So if you look at our organizational chart, I had a prior presentation that showed the historical versus today's, but I just wanted to use the today's chart in terms of the 24 proposed chart. You know, we're talking still about a very small organization, and I'll provide that in terms of the benchmarks, in terms of what it means to have the level of staffing that we have. But this isn't necessarily, we're talking about a chain of staff that's listed pretty far down, 5-6 bodies deep per department. We're talking about, like I said, it's still a very lean staff when it comes to making sure that you have another thing that to prioritize, which is operational resilience. If some person leaves, do you have somebody that can kind of quickly pick up, move on because they've been involved with that function for a kind of time? Because when we have a gap, I mentioned the codes official. They left in September. We didn't fill that position until June of this year. So they were gone for about 10 months. And in the meantime, we actually had to get a consultant in. So for people who talk about the potential about privatizing that service, going with a consultant, their rates are astronomically high. We had one person in the office that was filling that function in terms of our codes, kind of community development director function, that was working 2 days a week from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. And the amount for that service for 10 months equated to almost a full year's worth of that position, just for basically performing 8 hours a week, or 8 hours of work per week. And that was just to get by, because we were trying to advertise for that position and we were being unsuccessful because what was actually included in the budget after multiple interviews, either A, you had people that weren't capable to perform the job, or B, no one was even replying or responding to the actual advertised position. So how do you be able to address that? Well, you start doing your benchmarking across, you've set the mark at a different point, and then all of a sudden we started getting people within Chester County interested in the township position. And then they come in, we find a person that came, that was Robert. He was here tonight talking about the land development function. And then with his input, kind of started talking about his experience from adjacent London Grove in terms of just added deltas of what's not included here in the township that they're doing next door to us. So a lot of this has been not only just kind of like a rote assessment of lists data you can based off of Chester County consortiums, it's having conversations, talking to those experts from other townships as well. So let's talk about budget goals, what we're talking about for the FY24 budget. The number one goal, I said, kind of that was also our number one risk, was the fact that we didn't have a balanced budget. We didn't have revenues commensurate with the right size level of expenditures commensurate of a township of our size. So that's what this budget achieves. Now, we're going to talk about options here in a second, and that's going to differentiate from some of the historical conversations we've had about talking about the full increase at one time. But at least in terms of any plan that we have, we're funding our budget. That's the biggest outcome that we can possibly achieve, is making sure that we're not running cash out of our fund balance position to be able to fund services that is a measure directly towards insolvency. And I believe I said it in a prior meeting that if we were to basically not fund anything, our general fund cash position would be exhausted by May of 2025. So we'd just be out of general fund cash. That's where we're at. Another one too, for those who don't understand kind of what a reserve position should be for your general fund, it should be about 6 months worth of float for operations for your budget. So your level of how much you're spending requires a reserve position that can meet, let's call it a doomsday scenario. That is a GFOA measured best practice in terms of cash on hand to always have to make sure that you can float operations. And that's kind of what our position is now below already. So any more expenditures of cash out of the township's fund balance position for general fund are already reducing an already reduced position in terms of reserve position. We're already in a not great situation in terms of general fund. Now we can replenish that general fund position from other cash accounts, but of course the only cash account we have on hand is actually the sewer sale. So we can reimburse ourselves future general fund if we choose more expenditures, but that just reduces the sewer sale balance, which is the sewer investment fund. That's what I'm going to term it as to keep people on the same page. That means loss of interest income. So the more you reduce that balance, the more you reduce the capacity of its output. So then you can't harness the energy at about a 5.8% interest rate environment right now of $22 million. Because that sewer investment fund was locked into a couple maturities back in 2021, but I think the rate was but 0.3%. So we were getting, I can't remember what the total balance of that, but it was like maybe like $50,000, $30,000 total instead of 1.1 million today. So the energy behind that fund's usage right now is solely based off of the fact that our market conditions at 5.8% right now in our investment fund through the Pliget Pennsylvania Local Government Investment Trust is performing at that level. If that comes down, the plan is going to have to change a little bit in terms of the township's management of cash on hand to fund operations. Another one in terms of funding critical capital projects. And so what you can see up here is not inclusive of a park per se. These are the things that we need to fund because they are things that are crumbling and ready to fail. So this is what we need to replace. So this is one that we had to have some sort of understanding of. Right now, we have interest income, we have some cash, we have essentially the potential for, we'll call it shuffling the priorities for our parks projects around to kind of make sure that these are addressed first. Because when I talk about how the township should invest its money when it's using about cash, it should be not for what I'll consider to be pet projects or fluffy projects. They should be for things that actually are supporting our roads, making sure that people are safe when they're driving on them. Those are the things that we need to replace first. And that's what this 24 budget provides. We already talked about the staffing issues. I believe that's pretty much been exhausted at this point. Another one is just investing in ROI for different, and this doesn't necessarily need to be capital projects, because we did recommend that our ARPA funding actually support for a full year and roughly about a quarter worth of positional salary for our ARPA funded grant management position, because by not having somebody who's solely dedicated towards essentially applying for, managing, and administering grants for the township, you're missing on an opportunity to be able to find that cash that can basically reduce your own reliance on your own cash. So you're looking for Chester County cash, you're looking for Pennsylvania cash, you're looking for federal cash to fund your projects. So that is an investment. That's an ROA-based decision. We're spending this in ARPA funding and then future funding it as a long-term salary position, because that's a well that we always need to be reaching into as a township. Another one we've talked pretty much ad nauseum about all of the, we'll call them areas that enhance growth viability for the township. We need to invest in an understanding of what are our issues that are essentially constraining growth in the township. And a large portion of it right now is how we're zoned as a township. What we currently have in terms of our land use code defining our zoning map is essentially restricting business and property owners who come to town hall, and we've had these conversations on almost a near daily basis. They discuss what they can do, and the answer to that is usually not much, especially for those who are agricultural in use as an flexible accessory use within the R1 type districts. You know, they want to do something different with their properties. They can't, because of the fact that it's reverting to an R1 status. Those are just kind of examples, but it is an issue kind of ad nauseum across the board. Everyone talks about White Clay Point. White Clay Point is Zone Unified Development District. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means that it needs to achieve a certain amount of open space. It needs to achieve a certain amount of units per acre. It needs to achieve all these kind of variables, none of which actually really capture the fact that we want it to be a town center, some sort of like mixed use development, some sort of commercial, residential, pedestrian kind of viable space. And the zoning, you look at the actual viability that doesn't align to it really when you're talking about achieving those outcomes. It is counterintuitive to what we want to achieve there. So those are just other examples, and we can go on and on down the list in terms of what we can and cannot get done in terms of our growth plan for the township if we continue with the zoning plan that we currently have in place. Same thing for Act 209. That is, for those not familiar, it is a transportation impact fee advisory committee process where we essentially review all of our township roads as well as our non-township roads, so state roads, and we do kind of what it was called a corridor study, and we basically figure out our potential implementation measures in terms of increasing volume through those roads to support future growth. It's not like a safety measure, it's more of a capacity measure. If we want to enhance intersections, we want to enhance throughput on a lot of those very awkward 5-point intersections that we have all throughout the township where roads are coming and they're blind turns and we can't necessarily see what's coming. We don't have anything other than the potential, people talk about what we can use for the sewer sale balance, that $22 million. That is what I consider to be a transportation funding initiative. If we want to be serious about what we want to do in terms of improving road conditions in the township beyond just paving, that is a balance that can provide that support. Now, Act 209 provides an additional revenue stream for that. and that is through impact fees that are assessed towards developments that be able to provide that fee revenue towards transportation initiatives. So not only are you getting your impact fee assessed, you're also getting your transportation management plan because they are essentially giving you all of the capital areas of need for your thoroughfares in your township. So that's an investment as well. The MS4 project that we had recently discussed for the Smedley Preserve in New Garden Hills, that's the township's unfunded mandate from Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. We essentially adopted MS4 that we were going to adopt a mitigation practice of best practices in terms of reducing sediment out of our streams, improving water quality, and with that, you have to fund the project. So we actually got a really good deal in place a few years ago to work with PennDOT to fund a project here locally, and we invested ARPA funding to support our township share for that project, which was the $415,000. Other townships that are doing that exact same thing that don't have that PennDOT deal because it's no longer available, that's a bygone era, are having to do that, but their projects for probably the exact same amount of sediment reduction are $2, $3, $4 million projects. So we're getting extreme value from that. And if we house it on public land, we're able to kind of get two big bangs for a buck because they're doing a restorative measure on a property that we want to improve, and they're actually implementing that MS4 for us as well. So we're kind of blending in different initiatives into one. And that's what we looked at when we looked at our capital plan is how many two birds with one stone can we provide? And then last but not least, essentially it aligns it in the actual budget, but we did find considerable efficiencies in terms of cost reductions in the actual budget to even stay at that $7.7 million mark. So we did a lot of essentially consolidation measures. We found kind of areas of redundancy. We consolidated different non-performing funds into one specific fund as well. So we're able to achieve a lot of, I'll call them just the leveraging our open space fund to be able to park open space maintenance funds towards that within the open space fund out of the general fund budget. That was another one as well. So we were able to find a lot of cost efficiencies. So one thing that is not included, but we have to consider, and that's just number one, sustainable revenue growth. What does it mean in this township if we do activate new momentum towards additional sustainable growth to keep in front of? And the good news is we at least have an understanding of how to right-size the organization and understand future costs, and then basically create ourselves in terms of how low we're coming in and potentially under the cost, but still getting the job done while also making sure that we're pacing ourselves behind that revenue growth. That's something that we're going to have to basically work into as a township. And that only comes if you have a sustainable growth model in place. Already discussed this, but I don't think we need to be talking anymore. We have to regionalize better for our public safety services. As the number one contributor towards them, we essentially offer no economies of scale. We're at the sole shouldering of the workload to fund them for the most part. And that's something that as a second-class township to also have the primary funding for police and fire is a heavy ask for a township. I believe we talked about this a little bit beforehand, but what our capital priorities should be for those properties that we acquire with open space funding, the New Garden Hills and the upcoming Smedley Preserve, those essentially are going to have to be the New Garden Hills kind of reworkshopped into like a new plan. If anybody remembers in the summer, we rebased the cost of New Garden Hills and ended up being about $30 million, which kind of opened everyone's eyes. And the immediate response was, we need to stop what we're doing, roll back kind of what our expectations are and replan. So we didn't just proceed north just for the sake that we wanted to do something. We stopped costs and we essentially said, we're going to reassess this thing and figure out how to get it done and save a lot and save money in the same ilk. Same thing is going to be for Smedley Preserve. That was another open space acquired property, not with township revenue in terms of general fund money. That was acquired with earned income tax funding from open space earmark that we have. And we'll go over that program here in a little bit, but we need to understand what it really means to invest in the capital improvements at those sites. We're not there yet because we need those renewed master plans in to make better decisions off of that moving forward. It was kind of brought up. It was mostly just kind of an example, not saying that we have to fund an entire economic development department for the township, but it's one where it just basically highlights the practice in and of itself. How are you, after you rezone, getting interest in the township from businesses and other developers based off of opportunities that are now more permissible in your own backyard? That's just something that can be done without additional staff. It's just something of an example of this is the type of function that is performed across the nation. We just don't do it. But we're going to figure out a way to be able to fund that initiative in terms of using our own internal current staff to get that job done. We talked about the master plans as well. So before we get into the proposed increase, I want to just kind of quickly provide this view. This is essentially the township's revenue growth for the millage rate, because we're specifically talking about tax rates for property taxes. So let's kind of highlight this issue. And that's the fact that over the course of the last decade, we've had $110,000 in terms of base assessments growth off of basically the same millage rate that we've had in place. And for the most part, that 110,000 is mostly aligned to the fact that we increased the 0.1 mil for the library. So a lot of that revenue is coming towards that effort as well. And in addition, we were kind of frozen in terms of what our development plan was, because the constant narrative was, if we grow residentially, we will impact schools. So therefore, schools will also have to grow. Well, we ended up not doing that, and schools grew anyway. And by only kind of measure there is they not only grew, but there's still that sizable presence in terms of your municipal taxes, which in case right now, based off of the total percentage share for most residents, is somewhere between 80 to 85% right now of all your taxes is towards schools. So this was presented originally, and like I said, this isn't based off of what we're proposing. This was just the original kind of understanding. And basically, I wanted to go over this in terms of just kind of where we have the total amount of households in our township, in terms of just how many different types of base assessments and ranges that we have. And so I kind of included it into kind of these like overall bands, because we saw some kind of significant kind of, I'll call it, in kind of the lower third to the middle kind of quadrant of the township's assessments, kind of within this range here. Now, granted, you know, a $250,000 assessment, it's different than a $100,000 assessments, obviously, but at least it gives us an understanding of kind of like a median. And then we kind of spec'd out what that median impact would be for that potential 3.9 increase. What are we even talking about here? We talk about 3.9. And for the most part, for those kind of having a base assessment, and just to clarify, and I got a lot of questions about this, this is your base property tax assessment as it's provided by Chester County, not your market value of your house. For most people here, this is just their base assessments. Their market values are at least $250,000 to $300,000 higher than what these base assessments are. And so that's one where it's, and all questions at the very end, please, and then we'll get, in terms of an understanding of just what that means in terms of people's cost per month increase, because we talked a lot about kind of what it means in terms of your budget. I like to always narrow that down to what our cost per month is in terms of what is this going to impact me on my monthly budget, because that's what I'm always basically predicating my spending off of, is how's this going to impact my monthly budget. And essentially, for the most part, for a lot of the residents here, it would be roughly, if we did the full 3.9, about $33 extra per month. And that was for the full increase. That was going from 1.72 to 3.9. That was the 2.18 increase. And the only reason we presented that originally was because we had the $1.8 million structural deficit. And that was just, if we filled it with the millage rate, this is what that looks like. So now everybody has that information. That guided the 120% increase. That got everyone's attention, but at least now people understand of kind of what we're talking about here. And that kind of explains all this narrative down here. So I came up with different options. So number one was that original option. That's an option that's on the table, but essentially it describes that full increase and essentially kind of shows the kind of throughput on here. And now what you'll see in here is that everything kind of stays flat, because I didn't want to incur the understanding of we're just assuming certain revenue growth. So as you can see, based off of expenditures, we just kind of have like a steady for 2 years. And then of course, since our capital budget includes a significant use of cash to fund those critical projects that we want to fund, you know, we kind of through the course of 2 years, take that $3 million plus in capital cash right now, and we burn that down. And essentially at some point, we're going to have to replace that capital cash to continue our capital spending for those kind of continued paving program moving on into perpetuity, because paving program isn't 1 year and then you wait, and it's 5 years and then you wait and then it's another year. It's every single year. And for us, for a township that has 66 miles of, I think it's 64 miles of roads, it's about $1.5 million per year on average today, based off of today's cost, to pave 3 miles of roads. And that's one where that gives you a 20-year replacement cycle roughly. Any less than that, and you incur a longer replacement cycle. So the goal from a best practice measure for public works and municipal government in terms of replacement rate for roads is you want to stick to that as close as possible. Are you going to hit it every year? No, but it's one where our capital program always needs to have that understanding of what is our paving program, and then we can figure out the rest of the capital plan after the fact, because it's the number one influencer on our capital position every single year. So the summary of the positives is it fully funds operations. Every scenario fully funds operations. And then no impact to the township paving plan. We want to keep that program intact, of course, and hearing everybody's inputs about that and understanding how it's going to provide that biggest impact on the residents was heard. And so that was the biggest negative. It was the largest impact to our residents. We wanted to make sure we understood that as well. So the other one was the half increase. So this is one where, and this doesn't necessarily incur the fact that we're going to do a year-over-year millage increase, but at least it gets us improved on our real estate base, and then it gives us options. And that's the whole goal of this is, do we have flexibility to pivot based off of an annual kind of reassessment of number one, how was our sewer sale investment fund performing? Do we still have a reliable amount of interest income based off of interest rates? 1 year can do a lot. So we can't predict that. And to assume that we're going to continue to get $1.2 million every year is negligent in terms of an assumption. So what we have in our interest income burn rate is we actually have a lessening interest income revenue rate in our revenues in terms of on the capital side of how much money we're going to get from that investment fund year over year over year. But what this does is we essentially took this much money out of our capital fund that was interest income for paving. So we are funding general fund operations in year one with paving money that was previously planned to be towards capital paving. And that's kind of the net impact. But in terms of addressing people's issues with how are we using the sewer sale money to help reduce tax impact, this is how. We are taking interest income from what we wanted to do with capital for paving, and we're plugging the general fund budget to lower the tax increase. That is a direct one-for-one cause and effect in terms of we're using that money for that issue to keep taxes low. And that's what this addresses. And then in the next year, we have an option. If the interest income isn't performing and we can't necessarily achieve that finalization of the budget, do you then just essentially address the other concern is there was a lot of questions about, can we just do this incrementally? Do we have to absorb this in 1 year? This is a plan that doesn't absorb it in 1 year. Now, another one is we might have a ability to grow revenues, other revenues, do some other cost performing measures here. But this plan eventually still kind of gets us into that wheelhouse of we're not exhausting kind of one approach for the full increase. We have flexible options moving into next year. And whatever we can see based off of the mid-year kind of report and assessment as we go into the budgeting process, we'll be able to have a really solid understanding of where to go for next year. So with that, this plan still fully funds operations. It offsets the tax impact increase for residents. So and commercial properties. We keep on talking about residents, but we also have to say that it's a property tax. So it's for residents and for commercial businesses as well. And it just gives us flexibility down the road to continue harnessing the energy of the sewer sale, because who knows, that sewer interest rate might actually go up. Granted, that would be bad for home lending and other things, but essentially does really well for us here in the township. Negatives is it just kind of continues to defer certain levels of capital. So we were talking about being very aggressive and harnessing that 5% energy today because we don't know if we're going to lose it. So let's use that energy for as much paving as possible. You know, that weakens that position. And then another one is because there is a small amount of it, we had to fund that kind of net position for the township in terms of a cash component to it, so a structural use of cash. Now, people will look at this number here and kind of say why you're building in that level of surplus. That's for a couple different reasons. Number one of which is you can't necessarily fully expect that, number one, revenue losses will be abated going into next year. So you have to plan for some sort of continuation of revenue loss, because we actually have seen that in multiple different areas, specifically our Act 511 taxes with tax transfer tax. So that's one. Another one is there is a delinquency payment rate that's done for prior year's taxes that is fairly inconsistent. And so you don't necessarily say that you're going to get all of that. So this is a way of saying that we might get some of it, but not all of it. So there's some sort of replacement of revenue there as well in terms of just the tax kind of carrying that load. And another one is since we're doing the full increase in terms of a potential millage rate for that includes that funding for that 25 position that's fully ARPA funded in 24. So we wouldn't have to then increase the tax for that position and another potential tax increase. So it gives us some sense of some little bit of a margin. And so for those understanding about what that position entails for the grant position, it's 0.1 mil. Essentially is that's kind of what aligns with that position. So we're future funding that position in the millage rate for the ARPA funded, the temporarily funded ARPA position for the grant position. And then my chart kind of got skewed here, but the tax rate, the third option, this one was one where if you wanted to phase it over 3 years, it's essentially kind of similar in terms of the actual positive negatives, other than the fact that it uses a substantial amount more of cash, roughly about $1 million over 2 years. And that's why when we're talking about recommended options, this is the one that I would recommend the least because of its harness use of cash, because you could essentially kind of continue to roll the sewer balance forward, but you'd be doing that still at the behest of not paving. So now we're not necessarily doing 1 year deferment. Now we're doing 2 years. And then you get caught in that pattern. Why not 3 years? Why not? Well, now you're just not paving roads again. And so you're kind of in that exact same position. So we're trying to come up with a compromise blended solution of all different revenue streams to kind of do what we need to do for critical capital replacement, funding operations, and saving real estate rate payers in terms of tax rates, having to incur a significant lift in year one. So looking at this would be kind of like, because I already provided this view, but essentially it's because this would be a 2 year total, but basically just think of this as 3.9 kind of policy, but it's not one that's locked in. Like I said, we can approach what we need to do next year, but it still kind of shows the exact tax construct breakdown of what your actual tax, I'll call it obligation per taxing authority is. And essentially is for all of the township taxes that support operations, police, fire, public works, all of your community development type function, which incurs site inspections, property code enforcement. When you have an issue with your neighbor's grass, you call and you want to call somebody to talk about it, we send somebody out there to be able to go through and do that case. Those kind of like on the ground type level services. In addition to the fact that our organization needs to be kind of well structured, it needs to be compliant, it has to have levels of kind of throughput in terms of an administrative effort. And then on top of that, your legal, your engineering services, this funds all of that. And still at the end of the day, we're the lowest tax burden, even though I would argue that we provide the most amount of service to everybody. In terms of what you're paying for in taxes, we provide the most amount of services that you see on a day in and day out basis. Unless, of course, you have kids in the school system, then of course you can make that argument. And as a parent, I would as well. But that's one where for the most amount of folks talking about being retirees, they're getting the most from this side and they're paying the least for it. So when we talk about benchmarks, I'm not sure what people were talking about incorporating benchmarks from other areas, but these are ones that are based off the fact that they are similar in size, similar in density for the most part, similar in housing units, similar in square miles, and have operating budgets roughly similar in our size because they have staffing levels similar in size to the township as well. Albeit this was a planned rate for next year. Historically, we were much, much lower than this. So that's one where we had to kind of grow up into it. So when we talk about our original staffing level, all of these townships were here, we were at 12. And that's one where we're just not the same for the most part. And so with that, what did that mean for our original constructed revenue streams? And when we mean that, we want to talk about our primary revenues, and that is real estate and earned income tax. And of all of those townships, we were at the bottom. We were the worst performing. We did not have the same type of scale in terms of funding operations for townships of our size. So we have to look at this and go, well, what's different? What is making us kind of uniquely lower than everybody else? Well, for one, the most part is we had the lowest millage rate for those townships with the lowest EIT and EIT earned income tax. If you don't have EIT, you're going to have some sort of incurred. If you can look at this 3.5, 4.05, 4.1, 3.0. If you have low EITs, because all of these have 6, 7, 5, 11, 4, and 3, you're going to have some sort of associated higher millage rate. That's kind of just the two levers that second-class townships have to pull. You either have it or you don't. And if you don't, you have to have it over here. There's a one-for-one relationship there. There's not a lot of other things that you can do to be able to structure I'll call them those strategic revenue sources that fund services. So your strategic revenue sources is, of course, like I said, I'll keep on saying it, your property tax base, which for us is $826 million in terms of total accessible properties, and your EIT base, which is just how many people you have in organizations that have jobs associated with the industries that they have here in the township, which we do have some, not a lot. And of course, that's for those that work here in the township. The rest of it is for the just kind of, I'm a resident of the township. And for those who, I guess, aren't necessarily understanding of the history, we had a 1% rate. And then in 2006, the Homestead Act was enacted to provide a separate addition for schools. And so schools were able to opt into EIT when that measure was taken, because school districts were able to abate the real estate rates for those who are eligible. But based off of the Homestead Act, you can only replace abated tax revenue from property taxes with a non-property tax associated revenue stream, which means in order for tax rates to go down for abatements for your property assessment, some other taxable replaceable revenue stream has to go up. And so in 2006, I believe it was, Winnie, Pennsylvania adopted the homestead component of this that applied directly to schools and says, schools, you can abate your taxes, you can't increase millage rate, but you can tap into EIT for townships and other kind of municipalities. And so schools immediately did that, and our 1%, because we don't have a lot of commercial, we don't have a lot of jobs, became instantly 0.5%. So our strength in EIT when we originally adopted it was essentially cut off at the knees. And that's kind of what basically puts us into this situation. If we didn't have that Homestead Act provision, we didn't have that capability, this number would be twofold and we would be in a much stronger position right now. But that's not the case. That's based off of the fact that all of those sequences of events happened, and they were allowed to happen because those were the rules that were constructed that were not necessarily that, I'll call them, favorable to second-class townships in terms of municipal taxes. But we have to work within those confines. Those are the constraints. We have to figure out a way to improve upon that. So with the 3.9, and I provided the 3.9, like I said, I just wanted to show the kind of full approach to this. If we did everything, this is the one where we talked about the biggest impact. Even with our 3.9 millage rate, which you can see brings us up into this wheelhouse with other municipalities, our total expenditures are still the lowest, or one of the lowest. And this is our 2024 number compared to everyone else's 2023 number. And so if you have noticed in Chester County, if you're paying attention to other townships, everybody's increasing their millage rate this year across the board. Price of first services are going up, tied to the exact same issues that we're talking about today. We are not unique. We don't exist in a bubble. These are things that are happening across the board, specifically when we talk about here Chester County, but they are happening. And so we still provide, I would consider to be a sizable level of service at a fully funded rate that's still sizably lower than our peer groups. And that's one where we hold ourselves accountable to benchmarks. This is a very important benchmark because it's still showing that we're providing an excellent value for our township in terms of just cost for services. But it also kind of continues to show that if you essentially right-size the millage rate compared to other municipalities, but you still have this, to me, that goes, okay, well, there's your growth plan. There's your strategy. How do we address that? This is, to me, the biggest thing that we have to fix. So how do we do that? And that's through different types of growth. And that's obviously through the kind of previously outlined projects that we had in terms of what we should be focusing on as a township. And that's ultimately comes from public input, from the board input. As a manager, how do you want me to guide staff to achieve outcomes that fix this? That should be what we're working on. So the half rate was the one that was recommended. This was not included in the packet because I actually just built this today because I figured it would be a useful tool. But essentially over here is kind of, think of this as like a quick reference guide. If I'm going to look at something and I want to look at what it's going to mean for me, I'd rather just look at some sort of matrix, pick out my number, and that's kind of what it's going to mean in terms of total impact. This is for the half rate increase. So this gets our millage rate to 2.77. So everything's still fully funded. But across the board, we're talking about this group as kind of that primary component. Remember those 2,300 kind of township properties that were residential based that were kind of within this wheel frame. You're talking about this is what your impact is on your bottom line in terms of your monthly budget. And so we're talking about somewhere between the range of $8 to $20 essentially per month for these individuals to absorb the cost of that kind of soft increase, not the full increase for the half increase. So that's kind of what I wanted to be able to structure provide. So we'll be able to post this online when we publish the potentially recommended motion to advertise the budget, so people can have that information, understand kind of just what does this mean. In terms of the general fund summary, this has been one where we just kind of been updating here, but it's been one that we've been providing over and over again in terms of the total overall kind of increases across the board for all of the positions that we talked about. We're talking about right-sizing the operational capacity of the township. This is a measure that completes that, as well as some cost savings. For those who don't understand the Parks Fund consolidation, we had two non-performing funds that were essentially aligned with Recreation and New Garden Hills, and they were essentially propped up at the onset of the initiation of the sewer sale. And we basically put money in this fund that was essentially like a burn down fund, and they weren't necessarily putting more revenues into it, other than just the township would just take more cash and kind of plug those funds when they were running down to a certain balance to continue just funding. We'll call them kind of basic, small kind of operations specific for New Garden Hills, as well as recreation activities. The biggest one for the recreation fund was funding the effort for the capital effort to complete the park here at New Garden Park. But those were ones where, if we're going to consolidate, let's get a better understanding of our total municipal expenses. So when someone asks, what does funding operations mean for open space, we can point it directly into our budget and say, that is what you're funding. That's the price tag of funding open space maintenance. So those types of initiatives. And when we did that, we actually took $475,000 worth of costs and condensed that down based off of the open space 25% rule to $320,000. So we were able to take this and kind of crunch it down into that. In addition to some other cost saving measures. So we actually ended up saving out of our operating budget over $200,000 as well. So we were trying to squeeze kind of every area of inefficiency out of the budget while we were actually looking at what it should look like in terms of full staffing levels and everything else. So there was like some positives, and then we kind of drew back as much as possible in terms of taking things away. So when we actually continue to move on, look at what this kind of includes. Kind of like I said, I don't want to continue to kind of repeat the same things over and over again, but I want to talk about kind of what's not included. And that's one where we don't have a funding plan to increase transfers to our reserve positions included in this budget. And that's one where if we include a usage of cash, if we want to refund our general fund position through revenues, we want to continue to build up those reserve positions. That's what I'm talking about. We don't have this in our actual fund plan right now. It's based off the fact that we have pretty good cash positions right now. They're not 100%, but they're close. And the townships essentially say, all right, well, if you're not going to replace the revenues to continue growing those balances or keep them at a certain size, at least have a plan that doesn't use them, because those are your reserve positions. So it's kind of one or the other. So that's essentially an expense, because transfers out of your general fund towards those positions are counted as an expense. We're not incurring those expenses deliberately because we already have sizable cash positions in those positions, which is an enviable component. Not a lot of municipalities have that. We do. So let's leverage that asset. Another one is sufficient stormwater operating costs. So when I think of stormwater, there's not only the MS4 part for those, it's that kind of restorative effort that the township needs to do to improve water quality, but it's also funding for culverts, replacements, bridges, different types of infrastructure. Tough Kenman is a big part of that. We don't have a significant stormwater plan for operating costs of what it means to actually service that in our operating budget. So this is just kind of the overall general fund summary. I provided this slide before, as well as kind of the breakdown for actual where our pie is being chewed up into. And for the most part, as you can see, a significant percentage of that is tied towards municipal public safety-esque services, because I like to include public works as a public safety measure because they do provide a sizable component of the public safety response effort, especially in emergency management situations. Wanted to talk about some items with police, considering they're not necessarily a department of the township, but they do obviously impact the #1 expense for the township. So it's good to kind of understand some of the kind of constraints when it comes to the policing budget. For the most part, just some context and history of kind of we went from here to here. Police are union representative. They have expiring kind of within 3 to 4 year union negotiations. Those are based off of the fact that they are essentially fleshed out across the board from all unions present in Chester County, Delaware County. I don't know if they're included, but essentially there's a lot of like regional understanding of what the cost of public safety services in terms of sworn officer, patrol officer salaries, which is the number one impact on your policing budget, is for officers on the street. And this is one where we essentially have been subject to not one, but we had an interim, and in addition, we just got done replacing the current one. So we've had kind of essentially 3 life cycles of a union negotiation component within the last few years, which kind of explains kind of that continuing increase, because those are essentially always restructured when it comes to if this person and this entity or this region over here lifts the cost for service, and they essentially point to that in their arbitration component, or excuse me, pre-arbitration in their negotiations, in order to avoid that arbitration, which is a pretty poor outcome usually for everybody involved in the union negotiation. That impacts us as well. So I still believe that we have a very strong 4-year agreement in place. It keeps costs relatively flat for policing services over the course of the next 4 years. And it's one where projecting out the future costs, you can see very modest type of growth. It's about $70,000 extra-ish per year. And that's also because we have that regional component with West Grove. You know, while we talk about the issue with them being the 20 versus our 80 in terms of municipal contributors, it's still 20% goes a long way in keeping costs relatively flat. So it is a good thing that we have that in the first place. So when we're talking about funding for police, 85% of the police cost is for salaries. So when you're talking about the police budget, you're basically talking about paying officers to perform services. And so there was a kind of an understanding that in the police budget, there wasn't necessarily a lot of remaining revenue outside of municipal contributions for them to fund their own capital. They are completely, if you're not sure or understanding of the construct of the Southern Chester County Regional Police, they are a completely separate tax ID organization. They are independent from the township. We have no relationship other than the fact that we share a public safety commission of similar officials that make decisions, and the fact that our finance team supports their financial administration as well. But the issue is they don't have a capital budget. They never had the revenues to be able to construct a capital budget. And the issue with that is police have capital costs. So specifically vehicles, equipment, things that need to be replaced over time. They're no different than any organization that exists. And yet we had constructed a approach that didn't necessarily allow them to fund their own capital with policing service revenues, which is revenue coming from citations, tickets, other types of fees associated with municipal policing services. There was some sort of kind of wash with the municipal agreement. And the issue with that is we ended up funding that capital anyway, but it was in mid-year amendments at the Public Safety Commission level of basically providing those kind of replacements kind of on an ad hoc basis. This allows it to be a little bit more transparent in terms of we now have like a 5-year plan. This is our capital capacity. This is what we're funding to replace. So it's just a better way of saying that we're trying to enable them to have the revenue they need to fund their own capital needs and be more autonomous, independent as an organization. Another one is we have a member of the kind of the regional model there at the Avondale Borough. They don't necessarily present a sizable economies of scale. It's one where they had a very kind of legacy municipal agreement that actually comes to its expiration at the end of next year. But that's one where we'll need to address that in terms of upping their contribution increase, because that's one where, you know, they do incur some cost for services. They drive kind of actions and response from our police department. And it's one where they need to course correct for the amount of money that they probably are getting a pretty sizable deal out of the whole construct there. So that's one where we'll need to look at that for them. But that's like that's a budget issue for the police department. For the Avondale Fire Company, I just wanted to highlight the blue sections because that's essentially kind of what lines up to what our municipal contribution is. Granted, for fire, we're not moving it. It's the same budget as it was last year. And that's mostly because when we're talking about the fire company, as I previously outlined, we're talking about capital capacity, not for personnel. And so right now they don't have a true need for additional capital capacity for new apparatus. When I say apparatus, I'm talking about fire trucks, pumper trucks, ambulances, those types of like response vehicles, if you will. So for the most part, they're kind of in a neutral position year over year. And so they didn't ask for a sizable contribution increase. So that's one where that's a good thing. But the overall contribution to the entire Avondale Fire Company went up for the most part because of EMS. And I'll try to get to that slide here. So EMS, when we're talking about the EMS component, so we had fire for capital capacity. The EMS component of the Avondale Fire Company is for funding first responders. Those are your fire medics, Those are the people who sit on the actual apparatus. They're in the ambulance. Those are your volunteers. We do have some professional components of that as well. And for the most part, when you're talking about funding that, us as a contribution effort, we fund roughly about 75% of the contribution costs. They still get a sizable amount of total amount of revenue from other things. So we're not the primary provider. When people talk about the scale of what you're talking about, 560, this is this big increase in terms of overall revenue. We're the biggest contributor in terms of municipal contribution revenue, but we're not their biggest revenue when it comes to the total overall revenues, because you can see their total revenues for 24 proposed are about 1.3 million. So the good news is we're not shouldering the entire revenue need for the municipal contributions for the entire operation. But what happened, and that was one where we explained it during the budget workshop for the EMS side, is they have volunteers and they have professional firefighters. And their 2 professional firefighters were previously funded from a SAFER grant. That's a federal government grant, I believe it is, that funded 2 positions for professional firefighters. So if you're talking about funding a strategy for a fire company, you want to make sure that number one is you have as many dedicated professional fire first responders and EMS first responders as humanly possible, because then you don't have to worry about staffing as much with volunteer force. And so that was one where the SAFER grant expired. And the whole point of applying for a SAFER grant is eventually you have to replace those revenues. And so for us on the EMS side, because those were fire medics, we are 90% plus of all EMS calls for the Avondale Fire Company. So we shoulder that burden. We shoulder that essentially cost for service increase because we're the number one demand on the Avondale Fire Company when it comes to EMS services. So that was the contribution increase because, again, they have to seek out contribution increases from several jurisdictions that are much smaller than us. This is one where the township can fund one element that's the smaller amount, and then they had some remaining contributions because their total request was 212,000. We're only providing 135,000. So they're still coming up somewhat of a windfall that pushes that burden towards those other participating municipalities. So they didn't just come in here and say, jump, how high? And we jumped. They came and say, we want all this money. We essentially funded the component of it that provided professional firefighting services, and the rest of the municipalities are picking up the rest of the tab for that remaining $77,000. So that was kind of a good compromised effort with the Avondale Fire Company, just to make sure that we're understanding that there is at least the continuation of dedicated officials at the fire company providing those services, which was key. So kind of what I already talked about, kind of some of the reasons for increases over time, but for the most part, when we're talking about why, it's because of those payroll related increases for fire medics in terms of the relationship of how they kind of bounce around in between different fire companies and what that means in terms of as that price goes up because they're competing with each other. And yes, that is an issue and the region kind of needs to solve that. It doesn't solve it in the moment every single year. It's one where you're still kind of having to provide that service. And so this is one where the continuation of that over time has led to just kind of this kind of continuation lift in terms of cost for service for essentially volunteer dollar per hour figure rate increases for fire medics. Another one we talked about quickly was some of the primary issues. They have a decreasing pool. So another one is you're talking about leverage. If you have a currently active pool and they're not being replaced by anybody, you can name your price a little bit too. So you have a little bit more leverage to that as well. And so that's one we're having to kind of understand that, you know, we don't have a lot of levers to pull in terms of just why certain requests are going up and cost for services are going up, because there's kind of supply and demand. You know, if you have a limited supply of people, you can demand more. And then, of course, the other one for those unfamiliar, a sizable EMS revenue stream is tied towards billing recovery for ambulatory services. So essentially, with provisions that have been provided in terms of expansion efforts and restrictions with Medicare and Medicaid, those EMS reimbursement rates are going down. So what they are billing for, they're only getting it sometimes like 20 to 30% on that actual invoice. And so that has actually been sizably going down over time. Now, there was an operational inefficiency for the fire company that they replaced their billing provider. They provided some kind of supportive revenue increases because of that in the last 2 quarters of this year, And it's one where we're hoping that kind of trend continues, because when I remember I kind of discussed that $77,000 kind of gap that's still, we're hoping that the EMS billing recovery effort can actually kind of absorb some of those remaining costs there for the fire company, but it is a calculated risk for their contribution increase. I'm not going to walk through the entire capital fund. It's about 80 slides, so feel free to go over that if you will. But for the most part, this is our capital cash kind of, we'll call it project schedule based off of kind of the key project areas that we have identified. As you can see, for the most part, the Public Works and Highways and Streets is the number one. Right behind that is one where we have kind of an earmark for, but not a 100% commitment in terms of the actual final cost. But for the most part, that is your New Garden Hills Fund. That's what we do with the actual public park down on the Limestone Road there. That is still to be determined. So if you don't look at that cost, don't think that we're kind of committed to it. It's one where that plan can change and that cost will change as well. But when I talked about that replenishable revenue rate in terms of what our capital funding is actually going towards, you can see that we have kind of like a cash spend plan because we don't have a, like if you were doing debt financing, you would have all the different general obligation debt like kind of components here. We're not doing that because we're not trying to actually encumber debt as a township. So we have to have a spend down strategy. And of course, that spend down rate kind of exhausts itself when you get down to a certain level point. So you just have to kind of put it back because we want to make sure we're above a certain threshold so we can keep paving operations going. There's been some discussion tonight about the airport, and everyone kind of points to this area here in terms of the actual deficits that were run. Granted, deficits were funded out of the airport actual fund balance. So when we're talking about providing funding to the airport, it's from airport either save reserve position and then their ability to grow revenues the next year. So this is not based off of the fact that the township funded their deficit. So why did the deficit occur? If you look at the exact same time frame, COVID, not a lot of people flying, TFR restrictions. The president of the United States was sitting in Wilmington and essentially encumbering the actual airspace use. So you can't actually physically take off. There's a federal temporary flight restriction in place. So it actually restricted operations. It was kind of a 1 year kind of, we'll call it momentary pause. It still impacted a little bit from 22, but we actually have seen kind of a lightening in that effect because obviously we're going into election year. Granted, we are looking at the fact that they're going to probably run operations there, so that is a risk. But it's one where we have essentially said, well, in lieu of having this component again, how else can we diversify revenues at the actual airport to be able to not have to say gas sales, rental, hangar rentals and stuff like that. For the most part, it was gas sales in terms of the loss of revenue. But a few things that we've done in the airport in terms of growing it actually took place this year in terms of calculated measures that were part of the kind of growth plan for the airport. But for the most part, you can see that there's actually a revenue planned increase because of certain things allocated towards the fact that we absorbed the flight school. And so we're actually charging for services for contract workers, for our flight instructors to be able to provide flight services. And that's now part of the airport. And we talked about a lot of reasons of why that made sense. It was because in order to have a runway count component for the township airport to be able to be accessible for grants, you have to have a certain amount of volume of activity per day. The flight school represents the single number one provider of volume count per day at the airport. And that was one where if there was some, we'll call them risk at losing the flight school, which there was, the person who had it, who was working with our airport officials at the time, was getting out of the business. And we figured out a way to absorb that, to be able to keep that activation level consistent at the airport. We'll go into I think I have it in the next slide here, but kind of just a summary level view of airport capital. Airport capital primarily comes from grants. And so the Bureau of Aviation exists as a federal pass-through money coming from the federal, the Department of Transportation, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration through the Pennsylvania Bureau of Aviation in terms of all municipal airports and authorities are accessible to sizable grants based off of their status as an airport. So for us at, was it N57 up there, it is a feeder airport. What that means is we reduce civilian traffic from larger areas around us. So we actually reduce the volume count of lighter traffic, Cessna traffic, small twin engine prop traffic out of Philadelphia. So basically Pennsylvania says, thank you for your service. Here's a pass-through fund of about a 90-10 fund share revenue. So when we're talking about funding capital, we're talking about funding the airport's local share. So as you can see, $1 million grant, $160,000-ish worth of actual funding from our thing. So all we need is understanding of maintaining a consistent local share in our capital cash position to fund those incremental improvements. So the other part of the question is what are you building up for? Well, having a viable airport means having kind of like a multitude of services and structural kind of capacity around that as well. So it depends upon your runway environment. It depends on your kind of facilities that you have around the airport. It depends on the kind of capacity of your terminal at the airport. A lot of factors go into it, but all in all, when you're investing, for us, a very limited amount to get sizable grant funding to improve those areas all across the board, it enhances your operation and your viability to host future services. And so when people talk about what's next for the airport, there's more viability what's next for the airport based off of the fact that we're continuing to bolster capacity there in terms of making sure that we can support a certain level of aviation traffic to be able to say that now that we have this kind of anchoring point, which is the airport, what can be constructed around that? If we wanted to have the same conversation back when we bought the airport in 2009, and you actually looked at the physical condition of it, you couldn't have that same conversation because nobody as a business would want to go look at the airport and the surrounding areas and base a commercial or industrial or manufacturing type business around a non-viable airport. We're in a much stronger position because of that now. So the only reason that we haven't activated that airport space, which is the airport development zone, is because no one was ever working on it. Because that's somewhere we don't have that capacity in terms of an economic kind of managed marketing approach to be able to structure what can be done there. So, hopefully my focus now geared towards growth for the township, we can kind of put the kind of right sizing and the financial kind of assessment, a lot of the organizational assessment on the shelf for a while and be able to invest time and energy on those types of initiatives, which are achieving growth for the township. So that's part of that. So we talked about the absorption of the flight school. They're able to kind of reassess CFI fees. So those are kind of in place for the revenue streams forward, as well as for those who are unfamiliar with Garmin avionics, those are kind of like a higher end premium brand of avionics that for those who adopt like the aviation kind of, I'll call it hobbyist, they want the kind of the best equipment they want for their own aircraft for whatever they want to do. And that's one where avionics is a big part of that, and Garmin is one of the best brands that you can possibly get it. So we actually sought certification from Garmin to do that. This is not at a cost to the township. It's basically just your ability to house the avionics installation apparatus, and we got that achieved certified distributor status. So that's another revenue stream as well. We're able to kind of sell avionics for the maintenance implementation with certified and maintainers to be able to provide that service for those. And so someone talked about, why do we need an airport? We don't have a lot of residents that fly. We actually have a very regional footprint. So we actually have more people who live and work and reside outside the township that use our airport and house their aircraft there. They're from Delaware, they're from Maryland, they're from other positions. They come from all areas to adopt our municipal airport. So that's one where there's kind of a misconception. It's not a municipally serviced for municipal residents airport. It is a municipal airport that feeds anybody who is interested in housing their aircraft there. And there are a lot of people interested in doing that. And it drives a lot of revenue and value for the township as well. These are just some other things in terms of just airport status for next year. But a big one is we're going to be bringing back the air show for 2024. Now, going over the open space fund, this is one that's never been provided, but I thought it was very important for the 24 cycle to kind of elaborate of the kind of understanding that open space is essentially, it's completely separate, contained fund for the township. This isn't mixed with general fund. This isn't tax rate subsidized. There's no element of property taxes that go into funding open space. Now, the kind of misconception comes in, well, what about earned income? Well, like I said, you have that 1% for general fund. And when we adopted the open space referendum, we took 1.0 and we added 0.125 on top of that. That was a voter referendum. The residents chose to do that. That was in place since 2005. So for every 1% we do for general fund kind of operations, and for us, it's now 0.5 because we have the school share there. There's also a 0.125 assessed, and that revenue goes directly into the open space fund. That is earmarked funding that is solely for open space acquisitions. As I said, because it was a priority, it was voted for and adopted by the residents themselves. And so this is one where it yields about where we had planned here for about $450,000 in the plan. That actually, I think is capable to be up to about $500,000. I think this is an old slide that needs to be updated. The 24 plan is actually for 500. But nonetheless, that is EIT money solely for open space. And so what is the plan to do with that? And for the most part, open space is now combined into kind of two functions because of the enabling legislation that allowed 25% of open space revenues to be associated with maintenance. 75% is now open for the remaining use for land acquisitions and the different types of property acquisitions, which we'll get into in a second. But for the most part, what the open space fund never had was a capital fund associated with it. And so I thought that was very important because people understand what we're trying to do out here. The parcel listed here were identified, and for those who understand kind of the makeup of the open space fund, is commissioned by an appointment of the Open Space Review Board. They go out and they assess the viability for different properties that are out there in the township that achieve the objectives of the open space program. And they essentially say, this is what we want to do in terms of a proposal to that landowner, in terms of a different type of conservationist easement or some sort of direct fee acquisition, whatever the property acquisition type is, this is what they propose to the board. Now, granted, that proposed to the board had been kind of not necessarily fully fleshed out in a capital funding plan. So this was kind of, to me, the missing transparency piece in terms of what we're looking for in the open space fund. So all of these properties have been assessed as some sort of viable interest. And some of these rates are just kind of speculative in nature. The cost of these acquisitions might change pretty dynamically based off of that kind of arbitration piece in the land acquisition process that essentially, for the most part, could be lower, could be at that same rate, or sizably higher. But at the end of the day, the open space fund can only fund land acquisitions with open space revenue, which right now their cash balance based off of all the years of incurred revenues from that earned income tax is about $1.8 million total. But one thing I wanted to make sure is that we hadn't done it before, but this 25% rule, we adopted in FY23. So we actually charged the open space fund for parks and open space maintenance. That was not in place before. And that was helping subsidize salaries. Was the biggest expense for open space maintenance was our personnel who are actually doing the maintenance of themselves, as well as some maintenance costs as well. So it was available to leverage kind of an untapped resource before and helped achieve some efficiency there. So kind of already highlighted it. For those who aren't aware, we currently already have about 15% of our township is already preserved in some sort of measure that's taken place over the last almost 20 years. But the other part is there's still kind of an understanding that there's still work to be done in terms of the open space program. So this is their initiative. This is the value of the program. Could it be reassessed? We've talked about the viability of what it means to continue forward. Have we done enough? Do we still want to do a little bit more? That is for the public to decide. I'm just here to tell you this is what's going on. So for the most part, open space was adopted because it was seen as a net negative on community service impacts in terms of cost for service. So one thing that was essentially sold was open space lowest, residential highest. And that was one that was always put at the top sheet. But when you go into these report, and I went in the Chester County report for the open space program, it's about 87 pages long. They fail to kind of highlight the other ones, which are commercial and industrial, which also are pretty low when you talk about actual cost per service impact, because these are kind of condensed operations and they don't necessarily incur a lot, but you can get some viable base rate for your tax assessments as well as jobs for EIT as well. So it's one where I want to make sure that we talk about open space, it's not in direct comparison to residential. It's open space versus residential versus commercial versus industrial. And another part is this factor includes schools, which are the #1 factor for cost for service increases. Now, for one piece of it, we talked about how Kennett Consolidated School District has gone up anyway. So had we, it's very tough to kind of directly correlate. Had we not had an open space program and developed, would that be higher? Would that be lower in terms of their millage rate? It's tough to determine. But the fact of the matter is we did have an open space program and they still went up, even though we weren't developing for residential for the most part. So essentially, this is kind of a little bit of a fallacy. Another one is in terms of community policing models and certain other kind of ways that we can kind of like cover more with less. Public safety services aren't directly tied towards an incremental increase with residential development, because the kind of how much an officer can cover is a lot larger of a width than a teacher, if you will. So these were just the types of acquisitions. For the most part, it's a blend of different types of acquisition types. For those kind of unfamiliar, we did do fee simple purchases, but we did fee simple purchases for some of our properties in concert with grants. And that was kind of the thing that kind of encumbered the usage of those properties for certain provisions. And, in retrospect, hindsight's 2020, but it's one where we have kind of the confines of those agreements in place. We're kind of still performing due diligence, kind of what we have in terms of options, but for the most part, that is what we did for some of the larger open space acquisitions, which are the heightened levels of interest from the township. Is we bought the golf course, obviously, last year, and then we bought the New Garden Hills property back in 2019. So it's one of those ones where what are we doing with those properties is subject for a continual renewal of understanding, but also understanding how the acquisition happened in the first place. So for the most part, we had the two separate funds there that have some sort of open space. And I want to continue to harp on, because it got brought up a lot during a lot of our engagement sessions. Open space maintenance is different than open space implementation. If you're not implementing a park, like we're actively building out that major master plan for New Garden Hills, you're not necessarily incurring a lot of open space maintenance. So the fact of the matter is we haven't done a lot of implementation at any of our parks yet that were bought with open space. So our maintenance cost for those is actually pretty low. We're talking about kind of very Spartan mowing services. I think people have been commenting on the conditions at the golf course in terms of like weeds growing up. Well, if we mow it, that's an open space maintenance cost. So we're trying to just basically wait and hold on. So that's one of those ones where if you want us to mow it, yes, but that would actually increase the maintenance cost for that property in of itself. So the township has not been spending money exponentially out into the maintenance funding effort for these properties. So for those who don't have a kind of an understanding of where we're at for each implementation, I'm going to kind of segment these out. But for the most part, we did the town hall in the summer for the New Garden Hills site plan. Like I said a few moments ago, the actual renewed vision for that park was much, much higher than any study or assessment that had ever been performed to date, which is why we did the restudy in the first place, because the assumption was that number was significantly lower than what we assumed, and that ended up being the case. Another one was in terms of its impact on immediate grants and capital costs associated with that property. We ended up stopping that investment effort. So we not only stopped the concept, but we actually stopped what we were doing. So we're actually not spending those funds, which obviously is something that we're going to retool that effort. But the good news is for folks, in terms of accountability, in terms of how much money we're spending, we actually pulled back all of those earmarked expenses towards that effort. And then, of course, right now, like I said, we just have like a tentative number up against the board. What we need to do is re-understand what a successful project looks like at New Garden Hills, how much that costs. That's all subject for public input and debate in a future instance when we can provide that updated condition. But we still want to kind of harness the energy about people that did respond to that original assessment. A lot of them kind of wanted that some sort of like kind of frugal basic amenities in terms of trails and open kind of wellness kind of space for the township. That was essentially what was commissioned in the report. Smedley Preserve is kind of the same construct. The concept of the final and the master plan is kind of still being workshopped, but I believe it's still speculatively going to be set for the Q1 of 2024. And we'll basically have to kind of just go through the process again of understanding of what that submitted master plan looks like, what we want to do as a township, and how to move forward. But continuing forward, and the red line there, no township revenues or sewer sale was done to purchase those properties. So when people say they got the sewer proceeds and they started buying all these properties, they happened at the same time, but they're not correlated and they don't have any connection. No sewer sale proceeds were done to purchase properties. Fire fund, pretty small, pretty self-explanatory. This is the hydrant tax for those unfamiliar. It was installed about, I think it was like mid-2010s. It was like 2016. This is essentially proximity within 750 feet of a fire hydrant. There's an incurred cost for service in terms of the actual Chester water utility bill. That's what this is for, to be able to have also implementation money for funding new fire hydrants as they go in, when essentially a new line is being installed, like the one that happened up on Line Road. The tentative ones that are commissioned for, I think it's, I can't remember the name of the road there off of the Thompson property area. But that's what this would be for. We would install new fire hydrants, ones that are not being covered by the developer when Chester Water brings public water through. And that's it. So I'm not gonna, like I said, going to walk through the entire capital plan. For the most part, we did those summary slides, but I know we've had a sizable public comment time. I know that we've gone through the last, I think that was roughly about an hour and a half of all these slides. And so I wanted to be able to provide to the board kind of your initial questions on where we're at based off of all conversations and topics to date. So do you want to go first or you want to open it for public comment?
I think we'll
Yes,
just, do you have any more questions? I don't think so. Yeah, we'll do, Ted, sorry. Do you have any public comments?
I don't, David, thank you.
Okay. We'll open it up, open up to the public then. Do you want to moderate it, Chris?
Oh, sure. No, you had your hand up a while ago. If you want to come up to the microphone too and just kind of.
Don Morgan, and live in Hartfeld. And I have a question about the assessment. I understand that the property assessments are 25 years old, given that the county
Yes.
hasn't done anything. Do you understand what they do when someone buys a home? They reassess, right? No, they keep it at the same fixed rate? What about-
The only time a reassessment is performed in a spot moment is if it is appealed by the kind of one authority right now that has an active program doing that's with the schools. So a property is assessed, they don't reassess because that would factor into those decisions of other assessments. So it kind of stays flat, if you can think about it that way.
But if you double your house size, it has no impact.
No.
No, that's a, any additional
Yeah. Yeah. If you
property
do,
additions would be assessed, but only those. So they're not allowed to go back. So like when I finished my basement, they assessed just the basement. They weren't allowed to go
Yeah,
reassess my house. Yeah.
But what you're telling me is if you bought tomorrow,
Mhm.
it would have the assessment from 25 years ago. And it
Yep.
would be
Yes.
assessed.
Correct.
Formula
Yeah.
that they use to determine a market value. And the formula is based upon the assessed value and it changes every year on July 1st. It's, I think,
I can't hear you.
I'm terribly sorry. Is that better? There is a formula that's used to determine market value and so when they assessed a new property, it's the reverse of that. So you take your 1998 assessment and this year, effective July 1st, I think it's 2.53. So you take 2.53 times that 1998 assessment, and that's supposed to be the market value currently. It's a calculated formula that's a statewide number. And then in the reverse is true. So if you pay $500,000 for a property today that's new, they reverse it back to get a 1998 value for the assessment. Or they're supposed to anyway.
Ma'am, you had your hand up. You wanna come to me?
So I agree with Chris in talking about the comparisons and the consortium that you talked about. It's important to have good comparisons. I did not include Chadsford or Fallowfield in my analysis. I also didn't include towns that had nearly double our density for population. I also didn't include towns that had, like Easttown, for instance. Easttown, they have a medium. I looked beyond just miles of roads that the township maintains. I looked at per capita income. I looked at housing values and things like that. I also looked at education values. So Easttown has a 735 average median home value compared to New Gardens of 425,000. So it's significantly higher. Our per capita income is $56,000 and Easttown's is over $90,000. So it's almost double that. You take those two into account, but then you also look at education. Easttown, 42% of the population has an advanced degree. 40% have a bachelor's degree. Only 10% are high school and less. New Garden has 24% in advanced degrees compared to the 42, 27% of bachelor's degree compared to the 40, and 35% of high school or less compared to the 10% of Easttown. So Easttown is not, those taxpayers are not representative of the taxpayers here. They can probably absorb higher real estate tax increase than we can. So I put a lot of thought into the comparison I did. I hope that you look at it and read it. And that's the reason why. So a lot of the basis for justifying the head count was based on comparable towns and the services that they provide. But you really need to look at more comparable towns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If just real quick as a follow-up, do you know where you got your median incomes and everything? I'd use Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission's number that provides a 5-year moving average assessment of all of our, we'll call them kind of demographics and economic factors. And I would just be curious of where you got your information from.
I got them from the latest census,
Okay.
the government census.
Chris, just a request to really just kind of just very briefly review your options. Option 1 is no change, just the full increase from 1.72 mils to 3.90 mils. Option 2 is a half increase from 1.72 mils to 2.77 mils. I got that, but I'm still a little foggy on option 3. So if you could just briefly just go into that and just give me the breakdown, everyone, the breakdown of what that third option might be.
Yeah. And apologies, I did kind of just go through that one because of all the options and there's no perfect option really for the township at this time, but there's one where it's based off of its usage of cash was considered to be the least viable, but for the most part, think of it like a 0.73 increase year over year over year. So it's 0.73, 0.73, and then they got like a 0.72 thereafter. And in order to get to that inevitable kind of one base millage rate about 3.9, granted it would incur a considerable usage of cash because we would not take a year over year usage of interest income as a solvent approach towards funding not only general fund, but also not funding capital. And that's kind of the, let me make sure I go back to my slide here.
I'm really just trying to get the breakdown. in terms
Yeah,
of
so
monthly and
this is kind of your breakdown in terms of
okay.
the direct construct of that. But it was one where because of this number and not wanting to continue this into perpetuity, because it would actually impact our capital plan the most if you just continue to defer. And the only way that we would be able to not use capital funding from interest income, we would have to use cash.
And broken down monthly and annually, what would that scenario?
Yeah, I didn't get those exact constructs of breakdown, but just think of it like the half rate, it would be essentially the full rate, it would be a third of every single increase.
Okay.
So
That's,
I think they're broken down at the bottom, aren't they, Chris?
for the most part, this would just be per increase an additional this is like I said, for that base. I didn't do it across the entire board.
Right, yeah.
But for the one that's the kind of median input for us, it's about $11 per year over year increase in terms of $11 a month. And that's $34 for the full total group.
a month.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No
That's it.
problem.
Yep.
And this is posted online as well on the township website, the entire slide deck. So if you need to go back and look at anything, just in terms of what you missed, it's there. Yeah. Yes, please, to the podium.
There was a little bet before we came tonight that you were going to land at the half, the suggestion of half. And it just seems like you approach it as this is my final presentation. And the truth is option 1 is 3.9, option 2 is 3.9, and option 3 is 3.9. You are not hearing us. This was a done deal when we walked in. And there was supposed to be a budget workshop meeting. Please get this, Richard. There was supposed to be a public workshop meeting on the budget. And you canceled it with 25 out, like less than 24 hours. So we could not participate. Chris, you did tell us that there are mechanisms for the budget vote to be delayed. We're asking for you to do that now. We want you to delay it. You said you could do it in January, February, and take the time. You also mentioned willful negligence when you were talking about the possibility of a fire or something like that. You need to ask, are you being willfully negligent? You just got from Suzanne new analyses. She just explained to you just one township, why they are not comparable with New Garden Township. So I understand you may have just taken Chris at his word. Chris may have had the best of intentions doing so, but comparable townships need to be comparable townships. They can't be with income that is double or triple. They can't be with house values that are double. So the whole budget was predicated on comparing towns that are not comparable. So you need to kind of take a pause and go back. A 200% increase in staff with 4 code enforcement officers. Has anyone looked to see what do the other towns have? How many code enforcement officers do they have?
3 to 4.
We will speak to that because you took a little bit to explain. We were able to look that up for comparable towns. None of them had 4 code enforcement officers. How many of them have a full-time finance director, a full-time parks director, an assistant finance director?
Kennett Township,
Comparable towns. What?
Kennett Township,
Kennett?
Right next door.
Kennett is comparable
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
in income and in business, percentage of businesses and all that in Kennett?
Township.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not Kennett Square, Kennett Township.
Yeah, how many finance people does Kennett have?
5.
They have 5 finance
Yes.
people in Kennett?
Mhm.
What was that? There you go.
Yeah, that's
5.
Nobody said 5 people.
We're asking about these more rural townships. What is their,
Do you,
Not a
do you
rural
think
township.
Kennett is not a rural township?
no, Kennett?
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 Kennett Township. Kennett, no one living in Kennett Township, Kennett
Are
Township.
we talking about?
Again, not the
So
borough.
that's not the borough, it's just a town.
Yes, not the borough.
And what is is there a average, home value and income?
When we're talking about these
Same.
two, it's called like a blended approach. So by calling out one specific one, I use them incorporate kind of an overall conditional assessment from multiple jurisdictions. These aren't based off of the fact that we have one. So if you're looking at Easttown, yeah, they have
Well,
14.
we're talking about Kennett right now. So
Okay.
is the average income in Kennett, is the average
Yeah.
home the same as New Garden?
Comparably. Base, we actually have more base assessments than they do.
We were talking, no, not what they bring in, the income per household.
What does that have to do with the actual cost per service in terms of,
It has to do with what homeowners can absorb, just like
I understand
Susanna
that
talked
part.
she talked about how Easttown can
Yeah.
absorb more.
I also believe that income level is not accurate as well, but we can talk about that offline if you would like to. But the State of the Township brief actually had a cross-section of multiple points in terms of actual demographic factors that factor into what our township makeup is, and the 50,000 is not close. So if you want to talk about actual market conditions, we can move this offline and talk about that, but I don't want to sit here tonight in front of the board and
That's what
argue
we're
about,
asking. Can we move it offline and delay this? You had said that.
not
there's
at the
some
behest of
conditions-
delaying an actual decision that needs to be made on the FY24 budget in
So-
terms of everything that's been provided to date over the course of the last 6 full sessions. You're talking about the ones that were canceled. They were canceled deliberately at the October 20th Board of Supervisors meeting. So we had 6 advertised workshop sessions. We went through 4, and it was actually voted upon by the Board of Supervisors at that 4th one that we didn't need the last 2. So in terms of the cancellation, I can speak to the fact that that was just a miss in terms of when we canceled it, but those were always going to be canceled based off of a decision that was made a month prior, ma'am. And then in lieu of that,
Yeah,
we actually had
they've been
3
canceled
Q&A
multiple
sessions
years.
instead. So instead of holding one final budget workshop sessions at 5:30 on a Friday, we held 3 public engagement sessions, sit downs directly with the manager that I would consider to be way more viable in terms of public engagement and getting questions answered. So I want to make sure that there isn't some sort of like a understanding of, or a narrative, if you will, of lack of transparency for that measure, because that was not the case.
Well, we attended, many of us here attended those
Correct.
Q&A sessions, and we brought things up.
Yes.
And they were not addressed at all.
When you're talking about liquidating the police department
No,
and not
no,
having fun,
No one said liquidate the.
that was
police
brought up at
department.
one of the meetings. And I'm not trying to be combative here. I'm just trying to say that All of these things were workshopped, they were discussed. This has been had over the course of the last few months. We've come up with a plan that is based off of multiple different factors at this case, and you're bringing up singular instances to basically come to a filibustering kind of moment in time here for the board that I don't think at this point continue to further the public dialogue about the 24 budget.
What I'm asking, what I had mentioned about the cancellation, and I'm sure others can speak to this, is it was advertised. It was advertised. So you're saying, where were you? You know, we want to be involved. We relied on that. We said, okay, well, there's going to be a budget workshop for public participation. It was on the website, advertised publicly. And it was supposed to be a public meeting as well, right? For everyone. So we relied upon that so that we could go and have you consider what we had to, you know, contribute, and then it was canceled. So you're talking about previous months, but then we relied upon the fact that there would be this additional sessions, and then they did not happen. And they were advertised up until 24 hours before. I do
Correct.
understand, and I appreciate that you added the Q&As. But to have the Q&As and then not listen to the people who were on those calls or who came here in person saying, what can you cut? Can you take a pause and do nothing for let's work this out. Let's figure something out. And instead, you walked in here just when you started. You said, this is my final presentation. It was done before any of us walked in the door. That does not seem transparent. That is certainly not in alignment with what you have claimed is your method of leadership of collaboration. So we are here and we are upset. There's nothing I can say to change your mind. You're all, you know, but this was a done deal before anyone walked into the room, and it's really not okay.
All right.
No.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Yeah, you had your hand up.
Hi, my name is Dan Forlano. I live in New Garden Development. Chris, I want to thank you for the thorough representation you've given us for the township budget. This is like the third or fourth time I've sat through this painfully, but it's, I remember the first time you delivered this was probably 3 or 4 months ago in the township meeting when you first brought this up, and I was here. I come to a lot of these meetings, as you know. I do support the increase. And the reason I support it is because I've been here for 20 years. And I come here and I complain about things. I complain about buildings, rubbish, noise, smell, and I can't get anything done. And that's because we don't have consistency and we don't have anybody here to do anything, especially from a zoning board standpoint. It's all over the place. I was on the zoning board. I know. We need stabilization and we need this increase. I know it's a lot, it's money, but you know, I think it's money well spent. I think you did a great job of demonstrating why we need it. You articulated all the facts. I don't see any holes in it. So I just wanted to support it and tell you that there are people that do. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Margot, did you? I mean, for me, I didn't come in with my mind made up. I listened to you. I hope you guys stay engaged and continue to work with the township on what we want to do in the future because, you know, input's very important.
Yeah, I heard it. What I also heard is taxes haven't been raised since, what, 2014? So what world do we live in? A bunch of unicorns and rainbows that everything else goes up, but taxes don't have to be increased. Now, I think it would be much more palatable if it was managed properly. Say, you know, at 2-year increments, you were getting little increases, so you can adjust to that, adjust your family budgets to it. Not everybody hold off, oh, we don't want to raise taxes this year, we don't want to raise taxes for the following year, and then you got 12 years under your belt, and then guess what? We find ourselves in this shithole, and you got to go, now you're going to get the whole boat dropped on top of you. That is what I don't agree with, and hopefully we can find some solutions that Chris has put forth, and we can ease into this a little bit easier than having 100% of the burden that should have been dispersed over 12 years. It's the sewer fund all over again. Nobody wants to pay any more for their sewer, but things break down. Things deteriorate, and you have to put money into it. I don't know why everybody can't understand that. The problem is nobody ever wants to take these little bites of the elephant, right? We all save it till the end, and then when the bill does come due, how did that happen? Well, I know how it happened, because it wasn't being done incrementally across the period of time. That's what bothers me. Right, that boat sailed a long time ago. I know, I'm on the sewer too. Yeah. I feel you. Right. We want to work with you. All I'm asking is, will you work with us? We are, but expenses are expenses. We're gonna have things that we have to pay for. Unless we just want to get rid of EMS in the fire, and when your next door neighbor's house burns down, well, you know what? Didn't want to pay the money. I know that's just being silly there, but and I'm just saying, Chris did an excellent job, and his team spent a lot of time to put together this presentation. So right, so the numbers are the numbers, and we're looking into it. I told you what I feel. I would prefer that it doesn't all get dropped on us in 1 year. And I want to work towards that end. I've also asked Chris if we can look at that open space fund, that 0.125% that we all pay, and somehow, perhaps, I don't know, it has legal obligations, but postpone that for 5 years and not buy any more open space. That's one idea that I foresee that can help us out with this burden that we have in front of us. Yes, there is. But I feel, you know, everybody comes in here, this new board, because of mismanagement going back over a decade, that somehow we're supposed to solve it with a swipe of the magic wand. And we're trying to do the best that we can. You know, we're all feeling the same pain too. It's not like because we're up on this board, we don't have to pay any of these increased, you know, taxes or whatever. So we do feel that. Where nobody's coming in here and just being flippant about it, as I feel like some people were saying that it's, you know, in a cloud, a smoky room, that we're making these secret deals. No, a lot of us are trying to do the very best we can with the cards that we were dealt. You know, it was painful sitting up here listening to everybody come in and yell us about the sewer that we had nothing to do with. The ship had already sailed, but we sat here and we took it. But right, my point is, we are up here being thoughtful about it. Nobody's coming in here and just being flippant about it. Troy's going, nah, whatever you got to do, Chris, just lay the taxes on them and we'll be. No. And we are thinking about it, and we've had different ideas of how we can delay it. But, you know, you have, okay.
Okay, next.
In reference to Troy's comments, Steve, you were on that board back then. Are you willing to admit to the township and its residents that you were responsible or partly responsible for a mistake? A huge mistake
What's
that
the
the current
mistake?
board, that the current board has had to absorb.
What's the
And that
mistake?
is the mistake implied, as it were, was the decision by the board not to raise taxes for many, many years. And are you willing to admit right now that the members of the board in previous years in this township made a mistake? I didn't ask you.
But under the advice of the solicitor, the answer would be no.
Thank you.
Claire?
One, they didn't hear cost cutting in any of this. Work with the larger organization in 3 years. Every year, that was always part of the budget. What do we cut? What do we need? What is justification? I have to say, Chris wasn't his team, but so much work into this. Got to mention that, not he's been there, done, you follow me? But it is not clear to me. And again, everybody else too, okay? Not clear to me where we're cutting costs versus what we are really getting from this increase. I still don't understand the justification. Now, as far as the sewer, hopefully this is the last meeting. So I'm not, but I can't promise it, but I'm saying,
It's a dream. It's a dream.
I can't
Give you reasons.
that. But we didn't have $22 million before we sold. Today, we're at 29 million. Today, we have that. I personally do not understand the rationale behind having all of that money, and it's a lot of money.
It is.
And I'm still being told that my taxes are going up. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, I'm paying over $500 a year because of an error that was made. Doesn't matter to me, okay? I've already paid that, and to me, you have $22 billion of my suffering that I still pay every year. That's what it's coming from. I get it, inflation, the whole thing, salary increases or whatever. What I don't understand is the justification of this if you've already got the money. And again, I could be the dumbest person in the room, and that's okay. But maybe you can explain it.
Well, I would say with that fund, we don't really want to touch that right now, except for the interest that we pull on that principal, right? Because right now, we can get a relatively good return on it as opposed to what, 2 years ago when we were getting less than 1%. And I think Chris explained some of that, and maybe he can touch on that a little bit more, but we don't want to dig into that principal. We want to let that sit there now so we can get a 5% return on that and use that money to help offset some of these expenses that we have.
Yeah, so what we can do is we can run it down for 8 years, and then unlike a sewer system, no one's gonna buy crappy New Garden when it's busted, and like no one's gonna come in and pay like Kennett's not gonna give us $29 million and we'll just get eaten by Kennett. So your taxes will go up drastically for everyone who's still here in 8 years, so that's the unfortunate problem. There's nothing though. Like we've gotten to the point, and the reason why there are no cost savings is because I think Chris tried to at least explain that we were cut to the bone. So
I do want to
the
clarify.
bone was stopped being sawed, and now,
So because we were able to do, what, 3.5 full quarters of actuals updates for this year, we did look through every single line item in terms of cost for service, in terms of, is this a redundant cost? Is this something that we looked at almost 4 years on certain lines of actuals in terms of date? And that's where this number comes from. We saved about $200,000 plus out of our operating budget that was essentially pulled from the total amount of increases to create the total amount of remaining. And that was essentially what was plugged into the budget. So there were cost efficiencies achieved by just scrubbing the budget because it had never been done before. We had a lot of float. Now, the reason we really wanted to do that was because prior to this date, it was all structural use of cash. It was theoretical stuff that we weren't necessarily achieving. It was essentially just kind of arbitrary out there numbers. And so we looked at every single division, and we don't have a very massive budget. It's $7.7 million. There's not a whole lot of line items associated with it. I've been involved with budgets that are extra, extraordinarily larger than the ones we have. And so when you're talking about carving out room out of a budget of a $7 million budget, and you find $200,000 at a line item level of small percentage decreases across the board, that's a sizable amount of stuff that's coming out of the budget. And then in lieu of that, we're also making sure that we're funding the kind of the one positional kind of component, the one component we needed the most, which was positional capacity for all the reasons that we talked about beforehand. So I just do want to say that there was cost efficiencies done there. In terms of usage of the sewer sale balance, in terms of just it is a raw $22 million budget or balance, and we just kind of pay that down. We don't know what we don't know specifically for things like transportation initiatives and stormwater type initiatives. We've never commissioned the investment of time, energy, effort, engineering analysis to construct some sort of capital master plan in terms of truly knowing all of our infrastructure liabilities as a township. We still don't have that done yet. That has never been done historically. It's like you have a road biotics program that goes out and measures all of the areas in the roads that are essentially, ridden with potholes. They're assessed at a certain score and it's criticality replaced. We don't have that for things like culverts. We don't have that for things in terms of all of our bridges. We don't have in terms of all of our intersections and transportation initiatives that we want to do. I get constant requests for traffic safety committee type improvements. Hey, can you put a road sign here? What about fixing this there? Can we put a light here? Can we not put something over there? Those are all things that come with some sort of like ability, capacity to fund that type of operation, which the township has no resource right now from our revenues to be able to fund those types of projects. And it's also because we don't have a transportation master plan associated with just identifying transportation critical projects as well as stormwater projects. So when I say the use of the $22 million and wanting to hold it is because if we're ever serious about doing that type of work and it's no longer viable as an interest income bank for the township and want to start using that balance towards those types of initiatives, that's why I would keep that balance in place. Because it's always going to provide support for those types of critical, hard to fund services that if you don't have a big capital plan, funding areas.
Let's
So,
pause
yes.
there for a moment. So the township is at risk. Hate to say the word again, but like the sewer, right? We weren't properly funding that to have it maintained across all the years, and it slowly degrades over time. What Chris is saying, there's other risks out there that are somewhat similar in nature that we're not properly analyzing. Give ourselves a good risk profile and know, hey, we should have this amount of money set aside so we can repair this bridge or this culvert that goes underneath this road. So as a township, we're going to have those expenses come up. Hopefully it's nothing as bad as the sewer is again, but we need to work towards that end. And first of all, I think what Chris tried to do is we got to get our heads above water, right? And then we can sit there and we can float, and then we can look out in a very calm manner about what is coming down the road at this township. Not necessarily next year, but the next 5 years, next 10 years, when maybe most of us aren't even here anymore. We've moved on, but that generation that's coming up, we've got to prepare for them so that they want to be here and they have a vibrant community and they're not just watching buildings and bridges and culverts falling down all around them and say, well, I'd like to fix that road, but you'll have to take a 3-mile detour because we don't have any money this year. But, if we get lucky, maybe 2 years from now, we can fix that. So these are all the things that we have to try to think about and do the very best we can with the limited resources that we have. And I look at Chris's presentations, and it looks like for most of us, you're talking about an $11, $12, $13 a month increase on the tax. And for me personally, I think that's worth it to have a well-functioning organization and our township is being taken care of. That's just me personally talking about it. Once again, I am a little peeved that it wasn't done incrementally over the last 10 or 12 years. That's my big gripe. Even though we may be at the same boat at this point in time, I would have liked to have adjusted to that and adjust my family finances. So, okay, I'm going to have this little increase this year. You know, I can absorb $120 in my taxes going up. All right, I'll do this, I'll do that. You know, you get a raise at work. It all comes together. But when it does get dropped on you in one big pile of poop, it stings. And we're looking for different ways that we can mitigate that. I don't know what more to say. That's what the numbers say. On the 186 assessed value, I think it was.
We can
11
pull up a calculator right now, and if it's at that, it depends on your assessment. That's what it is.
So, I mean, I know but I think that was like the average assessment. And that's the reason I chose that number. For some of us, it'll be less, some of it will be more. But I think you have to, at least what I do is I look, is it a good value? Am I getting something for that? And we can debate till the cows come home. Well, we shouldn't have this many police, or we need to reduce our public workforce over here because Troy decided that he doesn't really like it, without really doing a full analysis. And sometimes that analysis, it takes time, not just months, but over the course of years. And once again, I go back to the analogy, what Chris is trying to do for us is get us floating again, right? Instead of being under the water. And then you can look at things with a lot more, a calm perspective. And then we can work together as we move forward. But a lot of times, a lot of people aren't getting involved until it's in crisis mode. And it's kind of like that's what it feels like right now. I know. And I'm guilty of it just.
Sending emails to my home to, change plans, etc. So I think that's probably the thing. It's not that you don't want to hear. It's just that I guess stuff happens. We hope to be here going forward, but hopefully we can, say, your thing.
Thank you.
How many budget meetings did we have before the one that was canceled?
4.
4. And can you give the audience an idea how many were in attendance of those 4 meetings?
Less than a handful.
Correct. So, couple questions. First, I'd like to say I want to thank everybody for their questions. I think there's a lot of valid questions. There's some that have not been answered yet. There was a question about the police being in the lower level. Give you a little bit of background on that. It never happened. It was talked about. There's not even plumbing in the basement. I do think moving forward that we should look to rent that space out or utilize it better than it is being utilized now. The reality is we have a 10,000 square foot building that is state of the art, that was built for 50 years from now. We spent a year and a half selling that to the public in the public meetings. If you don't believe me, we can look back through the minutes, and it was discussed publicly for a long, long time. I know Brittany Hills community was very involved in that, and there was several other communities. There was attendance at Somerset Lake, and a couple other communities, plus some of the, local township roads that had people in attendance. when this building was built in 2003, there was discussion of bringing the police over here because they were living in a trailer, for lack of better words. That never happened. It never happened for many, many years. And then in 2015, back up to 2014, we started talking about building the new building. 2015, we started discussing it in the public. We started the planning. 2017 construction, or 2016 construction started. In 2017, they moved into the building. There, right. We didn't even put plumbing in the basement, and that was prior, the planning of that was prior to me being on the board. So I don't know what went on other than when I was attending meetings. And that's how it was sold, that we need a new township building. I mean, the township was operating out of the scale house, which was a little bit bigger than the section of chairs there. So the building needed to be built. And now it needs to be fixed already. Where does time go? So that's the long and short of that. And the police are an accredited agency. They just got their accreditation. At our last Public Safety Commission meeting, we approved a $2.4 million budget for New Garden Township. There were 2 people out of the public here. 2 people. I believe Miss Weber was here, as well as 1 other resident. So, we have the public safety, the second Tuesday or second Thursday of the month, every month. Yes. Yes. About? I agree. I think.
Because they don't know. And I believe you and I talked about.
So do
plan, you and I talked about the plans that you're going to contact all of the communities and get contact so that the board could have contact. David, you, Christy, and I talked about a plan where you would email us. Things like this, you would not rely on us. You would publish. You would send it out so that people would know 2 months before you sign. You say, we're getting into a budget cycle. We think we may have a issue here. We're going to be working on this. If you're interested, here's when we're going to do it. Don't rely on us going to the website and then come to us and complain about it. I came to the October meeting. The only reason I came to that October meeting was at 12 o'clock on Monday. I just happened to look at the list. That's the first I saw that there was a budget that month. You can't blame us for not being, you can't, yes, we should be doing more, but there's a hell of a lot more you can do to get people involved. And people want to be involved. You inherited a lot of problems. I agree. There's only one of you here causing most of those problems. But you also inherited the mistrust that people in this community have of the board. Now, I have told you this before. Doesn't matter who are here. You are the board. You are responsible for following up. You inherited. I can't say whether you deserve it, but you do. Only way you can get rid of that is by being more open, by going out. If you interrogate and said,
as a supervisor, I want to come to your community and talk to you about what's happening. You have standing room. Come out to us. That's the way you're going to get more involved. That's the way you're going to get.
Thank you. And I agree, there needs to be a better communication. There needs to be meetings with the homeowners associations. There are a lot of large communities that should be represented, period. Thank you, Pete. Yes.
Let's say you decide to do your own. And you go, does that mean that you are going to have to increase each year, or will next year we be able to have
We have to vote every year, and these are
Correct.
just based on projections.
So yes, to answer your question,
You will have a chance.
it's not casting concrete that this is what's going to happen. It's
Right.
only for the following year. But yeah. the
Correct.
cost will
Yeah,
go
the
up.
projected, they're projected costs, but yes.
Projected costs.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, true.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we're confused. Mhm.
That's true for every year.
Right.
I mean, unless you could
But,
predict the
but
future.
we're not increasing costs by 100%, or we'd have a $12 million budget or more.
Yeah.
But the head count is accountable for what percentage of the increase?
There's been a lot of
That was a
numbers
question.
thrown around.
That was
So,
a question that I had for you, Chris, was
yeah,
in the head count, we had subcontractors working, we had part-time.
Yep.
We had this. What is the actual
so
head count
if we're talking
increase?
about the totality of the increase, we're talking about that full 1.8 million, that big number in terms of what we had suggested in terms of operationalizing, right-sizing the township staffing levels to get to that level that we performed this assessment at was $400,000 over that 1.8. So you're talking about a quarter of that entire increase towards headcount. There's a lot of things that were in that structural deficit that were also included, but they were incurred along the path of the last time we ever did a revenue increase in terms of a tax rate increase that were incurred by police, fire, name it across the board. But the ones that we did for this year for the staffing positions for headcount, which specifically are tied towards town hall and public works employees, that was that increase, which was 400 over the course of 2 years, 23 and 24 in the budget.
I don't think you're looking at that properly. No, I'm saying you're basing it upon something that was
So
wholly not fit to do the job that it was intended to do. And that's why Chris presented surrounding communities that are of similar nature, and their head count was much higher than we were. So how could we be expected to do a quality, efficient job when you only have half the people that are being grossly, or not, maybe not grossly, but underpaid compared to their counterparts in other communities? So I don't think it's just because it went from 5 to 9 or 5, whatever. I don't think that's a great way to look at it, because if you got to look at it saying, wow, you were well understaffed firsthand. Now, where are you at compared to everybody else? And this is where I go back to the analogy of getting your head above water so we can look at this in a very calm, deliberative approach. Right now, we're kind of under the gun. We have our expenses that we have to pay for, right? But we got to find that money somewhere.
I have 2 more points. Is it going to be midnight? Right.
It could be that.
Mhm. There is, if you look through the budget, and I don't expect everyone to understand this, but we had subcontractors we were paying. Government specialties, we had. There was, yes, yes. Hmm. Yeah, so. Right.
Yeah. The sewer's falling apart because we weren't managing it properly. That's been going on for 12 years, if not longer, because you don't have the right size staff to be looking at things, to be analyzing it. And next thing you know, well, holy shit, I need like $10 million to get this thing to where it's supposed to work. Otherwise, there's going to be caca backing up in my toilet and into my house. Is that more acceptable? No.
Troy, are you ready to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get through this last point I want to make. You, Ms. Weber, you looked at the police stats and you said that crime is pretty flat. There's your answer. The answer is the police department is doing their job. Okay. They're a victim of their own success. Without having staffing levels here, we cannot continue to operate like this. Things will continue to fall apart. They'll only get worse. And I think that that's some of the things that Chris has brought to light. Okay. If we would have reduced staff at the police department and depended on the Pennsylvania State Police, I think those numbers you would have noticed, oh my God, crime's going up. It's that simple. That's just one example. And that was a question that you asked. Last thing, going back to the sewer, I can remember in 2005, 2007, maybe 2003. Prior to that, they wanted to float bonds, and there was talk of raising sewer rates. This meeting reminds me of that. Nobody wanted to fix the sewer. The meeting reminds me, tonight's meeting, and this is a very tough decision to have to raise taxes. But when I look at my school taxes, which is probably 80% of my tax dollars that go out of my house, okay? They've raised it close to 6 mils over the past 5 years. They took half of our earned income tax money back in 2006. And I'm going to gather to say they're probably going to raise it after floating a $144 million bond. They're probably going to raise it the limit for the next 10 years. Okay. County taxes. How much have we raised the county taxes in the past 5 years?
Steve, we're going to move on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's time to do a vote now. Yeah, we're going to move on. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everyone with your input.
Yes. Yep. I think what we can.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
Hey, I would love to be done with the airport.
All right. So do we have a motion to do something?
Yeah.
No, you guys, seriously? No. No, we've heard you. We listened to you. Like, we need to move on. Like, in a democracy, we're never going to agree. Like, I went to a Quaker college. This is giving me flashbacks of trying to achieve consensus. It doesn't work in a practical society. Thank you. No, ma'am, we have given you so much time. You especially. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I have tried to be as respectful as possible. Mr. Dungy, who has not spoken who has got, ma'am, I know exactly who you are. Take it to Facebook. Take it to Facebook, Mrs. Weber.
Break.
Take it to Facebook, Miss Weber. Yeah, take your insane anti-vax crap to Facebook. Yeah. Moving on, Mr. Dungy. Yep. Mr. Dungy, please move on. See, there's your colors. There's your colors. Move on, ma'am. Mr. Dungy, can we help you?
Winnie.
Mr. Dungy, would you like to speak? Otherwise, we're going to just move on. Nope, we're going to move on. All right, do I have a motion to do the budget? No, we're going to move on. You have a motion to advertise the budget? No, I'm sorry. I know you have, but I'm sorry. We're just going to have to move on. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so is there a motion to advertise the budget?
I'll make a motion that we advertise the proposed budget as submitted by the manager.
Just want to clarify for the half increase for the recommended option.
So
we advertised 3 options that impact the budget. So I just want to make sure that the one that we have in terms of the actual was the motion to advertise the budget and advertise the half rate increase for New Garden Township for the mill rate. That's what adopting that budget means. So just want to make sure that that's part of it. Correct, Winnie?
Yep.
So that would be 1.05. I think
Correct.
we need to list in the motion the actual increase of the millage. And I think the proposal nets a 1.05 millage increase. So I'll add that to the motion.
Correct.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Hey, Ted.
Yes, sir. Yep. Okay, next up, we have the New Garden Hills drop letter. That's a motion for the Board of Supervisors to authorize and sign the drop letter for the rehabilitation grant we received in the amount of $250,000 since we decided not to move forward with the rehabilitation grant for phase 1 of the
Correct.
New Garden Hills.
This one's a fairly just kind of transactional item. When we essentially we had the 2 grants lined up for the phase 2, which there's been a lot of like nomenclature, but it was originally applied for as a phase 1, just kind of park initiative. But when we phased out the actual implementation of New Garden Hills, it was a phase 2 aligned body of work grant. We then paired 2 grants together. One was from DCD, one was from DCNR. This is the DCNR grant. They have said that we don't do that project, that we lose the funding. We're still trying to work with DCD. I don't know if we have 100% response from yet in terms of can we take that other grant that was that the $250,000 grant? Was that one for less? It was half, 125, correct? Correct.
Right.
Yeah. So that's one where we're still holding on to that one and they're just kind of waiting for an informational update about the park. But until we have that updated master plan, we don't really have like an itemized cost that would associate with that DCD grant, but they're honoring the grant in and of itself. So this is just the process of dropping the DCNR grant and essentially saying that we're losing that grant revenue.
Okay, so essentially we're leaving $250,000 on the table.
Correct. But this was
And-
at the behest of not spending the $900,000 plus that was going to be associated with that cost.
In all of the comments we've heard, that was a big concern of all of the spending on parks and rec and this and
Correct.
that. So I think we did hear the public. Oh,
Correct.
most of them.
Yep.
So I'll make the motion that we authorize the manager to sign the drop letter for New Garden Hills. Okay, chairman, and have the manager facilitate it.
Just to state the motion, it's a motion for the Board of Supervisors to authorize and sign the drop letter for New Garden Hills Phase 2 rehabilitation grant in the amount of $250,000.
Okay, motion and a second.
Thanks for sticking on that.
We have a motion. Is there a second, right?
Okay, do you want, yeah,
Ted's still on.
do you want to just make a second real fast?
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, we have an extension of agreement for the mowing services with Deerfield Mowing.
Wendy, do you want to speak into the mic?
Earlier this year, we entered into an agreement for mowing for calendar 23. That agreement had a specific provision that it could be extended. The annual price is $79,214.96. And this memorandum extends that for calendar year 24 for mowing services.
We actually had a good conversation with Deerfield. They were actually willing to, I think, sign a 3-year or 5-year. They wanted to keep it, but just in terms of the actual year-over-year renewal. So we have this as an understanding of this is year 2 of a 5-year commitment to the pricing construct. They want to keep the contract deal in place. And the good news is this keeps our cost for services as it's reflected in the 24 budget, 25 budget, 26 budget of a flat cost for mowing services for all of the parks facilities that we have it for, which is here for Town Hall and our open kind of area for New Garden Park Phase 1 and 2, as well as the Southern Chester County Regional Police, as well as the Lochner cart path paveway area.
That's all, just a motion
Okay.
to enter into the extension.
All right, motion to enter into the extension.
So moved.
All right. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Okay. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have the New Garden Hills Phase 2 demolition. That's a motion to approve payment for $25,000
Yeah.
for the demolition completed so far.
This was essentially just like the final processing of their final contract that we actually approved in the beginning part of the summer. They didn't finalize until I think about mid-September timeframe. And this was just us honoring that final payment. I can't remember the name of the actual vendor off the top of my head, BRB, excuse me, contractors for that final payment part.
I'll make a motion that we approve to pay the bill to BRB contractors in the amount of $25,000, and this is for the completed project at New Garden Hills.
Seconded.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, next we have the Bancroft Road Bridge replacement.
I will keep going here.
Yep.
So this is finalization of work completed as assessed by site assessment by Pannoni and our Director of Public Works. And essentially, we're just closing out the project here with the final payment to Loftus, who provided the entire Bancroft Road Bridge, which you've seen the pictures, the aftermath, everything was kind of done in a commensurate manner, accordance with the scope of work. So it was a completed project, successful project for the most part. Could have been done a while ago, but based off of constraints with the actual bridge in and of itself, we were able to complete it for this year.
Okay, I will make a motion based on the engineer's approval and having discussion with the Public Works Director to release the final payment in the amount of $17,875 in reference to the Bancroft Road replacement bridge.
I second the motion.
Okay, any comments? Nope. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, next we're going to advertise intent to appoint our CPA firm of BBD LLP for 2024.
So moved.
Yep. This is just for public purposes, just a kind of an administrative understanding when we do the reorganization meeting in the beginning of every January, that we have an elected auditor or an appointed auditor, but we also have our independently hired external auditors, which is BB&D. They provided audits for the township for the course of several years. If the public is interested, all of those audits dating back to 2017 are posted to the website in the administrative section under audit summary. And this is just appointing them to perform the 2023 audit.
Okay. We have a motion to appoint BBD. No, it's just advertise, sorry. Motion to authorize the advertise, motion to authorize the advertisement. Steve,
So moved.
do we have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have Parks and Board, 2 resignations of Helen Dorden and Mark Donaghy from the Parks and Rec Board. So I just need a motion to accept their resignation.
Straightforward, no comment.
I'll make the motion to accept the resignation of 2 Park and Recs board members, and I would like to thank them for their service.
Seconded.
Okay, and I would also like to thank them for their service. They'll be greatly missed, and sadly, we will accept the resignation with all in favor saying aye. Aye. Okay. And then
Aye.
last, second to last, we have facilities maintenance improvements.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the PDF here, but it's being slow on the file here. But if you remember from the ARPA scheduled kind of organization of understanding how much we want to dedicate it towards facility improvements, a portion of that ARPA funding was earmarked for lighting enhancements, and not only internal to town hall, but outside in the parking lot. If you can go outside and look at the kind of lightscape out there, it's very dark. It's a dangerous hazard for people walking around and about. So we would replace the external lighting as well as all the bevel lighting that goes along the sidewalks all the way back around to make sure that people can see the full sidewalk, because it is a visibility hazard. As for the Chesco Securities, the township does not have, other than the use of keys, an actual restrictive measure to limit access during non-operating hours to town hall. This is a basic practice in terms of security perimeters for every single public and private facility that I've ever been a part of. And the fact that we do not have one was mostly indicative of the fact that our old fobs that were originally kind of allocated for the town hall all went defunct. I think we had one employee that had the last actual operational one, and hers actually completely, went defunct as of about 2 months ago. So it's one we just need to replace that system. This is the same provider that provided the system at the police department. And it's one where they, based off of the concept that they delivered to us, we pared down, they provided a larger body of work. We commissioned out to which doors we actually want to do it to. So we scoped that down to a more palatable one, where it's essentially going to be the front door, the one to the admin, the rear external door to the back parking lot. And I can't remember the other door for the life. Actually, it's this one. Basically, any sort of like public area that has an access to an internal staff kind of admin area would get an actual like fobbing locking mechanism that we can control remotely. So if you do have outside of the hours public meetings and stuff, we can issue temporary passes that essentially expire. Because right now we essentially hand out keys. Those keys can be replicated, they can be duplicated, and we don't have a true chain of custody on access to the building. And so when we provide these measures, we will essentially change all of the locks, issue kind of very scoped amount of actual keys that are kind of quote unquote the skeleton kind of master keys to those who really need it on core staff. And everybody would essentially just have public access fobs that need to have access to the township. So it's just cost of doing business when it comes to facility security parameters. The other one was for our fire alarm, which is actually the fire panel that's down in the basement, and it does a false fire alarm with no diagnostic understanding of why at least 2 to 3 times a month. So essentially on our calls for service sheet, there's probably enough calls in there that actually have been them coming to the town hall, because Chesco Securities, which provides the monitoring for the fire system, if they don't get a call answered, they just send the response to Avondale Fire Company, and they usually show up, or police department. And the issue is the alarm system downstairs is not triggering the alarm system upstairs. So these lights will not go off if we get a fire lock some downstairs. And the person who installed it said this is an old expired legacy system. The computering kind of device that actually monitors kind of how it actually triggers is since defunct. It's one of those ones where it's just one of those like legacy maintenance facility things that essentially for us is a fire risk. It is a building risk to have a defunct fire system. So this would replace that as well. So all of the costs add up to across the board. Excuse me, I didn't talk about the internal lighting. So all of these chandeliers are one of a kind. These don't exist anymore. The lights don't exist anymore. When they go out, the light goes out. We don't have the ability to replace it. So whoever bought these kind of ones out there, it wasn't like a kind of generic Hamilton Beach product that you can get at Lowe's. These are very specific proprietary products that don't exist anymore. And we did an exhaustive search to look for future light bulbs, other than the ones that we had in the closet, which was not a much to change all the light bulbs. So the LED lighting that we proposed in the actual speculative budget for the new chandeliers last about 15 years. And the cost to replace those LED kind of constructs are about $400 to $500 a pop per element, but you're not replacing an above and below unit. You're just replacing the one unit too. So the cost of replacing one chandelier bulb is you're replacing one kind of bulb element there. But that's, we have in town hall, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of the 12 total are either fully out or partially out. And so operating conditions in a normal Pennsylvania winter are very dim when it comes to operating hours. So this helps us have lighting in our building, which is an issue right now, if you can think of it. So all in, I think the total cost was for $52,695, which uses a blend of our township ARPA budget as well as our capital facilities budget that we have for facilities improvements for FY23. So the motion would be to advertise for the total body of work.
Okay. Do we have a
If there are
motion?
any questions, just let me know.
Yeah, the only question I have, just clarification, Winnie, we're okay to approve this as one because it's above the bid threshold. This is not for anything new, it's for replacement. So it's
for
considered
replacement.
maintenance.
It's Every single individual pricing is below the bid threshold and it required telephonic bids. We performed due diligence. These were the ones that were the lowest cost, that were the ones that we already have proof of concept of it working at other buildings and the facilities. And that's the
Right.
requirement from a Pennsylvania procurement standpoint. So that's what we're going with.
And we're not adding, we're just replacing.
It's all replacement for defunct issues with our building that we've just been going unaddressed essentially
Yep.
for a long time.
20 years.
Okay,
I'll make the motion that we authorize the township manager, based on the discussion, the scope of work for improvements to the township building here in the amount not to exceed $52,695.
I'll second the motion.
okay, any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, and last we have Resolution 886 to enter into a contract with the Chester County Treasurer for collection of our municipal taxes.
This is the township has done this for, previously, this is just a new contract with them. The township elected tax collector has deputized the county to collect them. This resolution just authorizes that.
4 hours ago.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution 886.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and that's the last of our agenda. We have a number of items coming up with our next meeting on December 18th. So do I have a motion to adjourn for the evening?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn the meeting.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for everyone who stuck around. Y'all get gold stars.
Dave, just so we can, just so you can see this, I'm trying to find the actual. There you go. That's what she didn't say, just so you know, and I wasn't trying to be non-transparent about it. She was doing per capita,
Oh, okay, yeah.
not the actual median household income.
Right,
Have a good evening.
yeah,
That's what I said. I was like, you're saying 56,000. I'm like, it's $130,000. What you're saying is factually incorrect. US Census has us at 130. It's probably gone up since the 2020, considering our township demographics.
I just said Pure Light is moving.
Sorry.
They're going somewhere else. Okay. Yes, sir.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
Are we all?
Can't reimburse me if I'm not an employee.
Well, they can just pay. You mean at the